Shalom, Israel.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
Well, we're about to get started. Shalom again, Israel. We're about to get started. The presentation will be called Controversy Among Israel, the Tithes and Offerings. For there is truly a controversy among the Israelites today dealing with tithes and offerings according to what is written in our Holy Scriptures. So we will use this day to make a distinction, again, to make a difference between what Yahweh has said dealing with tithes and offerings and what our brothers and sisters in tradition have said. And we are to lean upon Yahweh's words, so we're going to take a quick journey with our fathers in the wilderness to see exactly what Yahweh told them. That way we will get a better understanding of time and place and what is required for us today, because we are reading the history of our fathers and we are following, at least today, we are going to follow the history of our fathers dealing with the 40th year of their wandering in the wilderness. That's where we will take the journey, and we will take that journey into the land and show Israel what our dwellings is, what our gates is, what our houses were, to give us a better understanding of what we are reading, because we are getting the wool pulled over our eyes by way of tradition and by way of our brothers and sisters' teachings. Brother Yamin will read Psalms 22 and Psalms 147 for us all, and then we'll get into the presentation. Again, the presentation is called Controversy Among Israel, Tithes and Offerings. You got the flow, bro.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. As my brother stated, I would love everyone to turn to Psalms 22, please. That's Psalms 2:2. And he reads, my Elohim, why hast thou forsaken me? Why art thou so far from helping me and from the words of my roaring? O my Elohim, I cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not, and in the night season, and am not silent. Thou art holy, O thou that inhabitest the praise of Israel. Our fathers trusted in thee. They trusted, and thou didst deliver them. They cried unto thee, and were delivered. They trusted in thee, and were not confounded. But I am a worm, and no man, a reproach of men, and despised of the people. All they that see me laugh me to scorn. They shoot out the lip. They shake the head, saying, he trusted in Yahweh that he would deliver him. Let him deliver him, seeing he delighteth in him. But thou art he that took me out of the womb. Thou didst make me hope when I was upon my mother's breast. I was cast upon thee from the womb. Thou art my Elohim from my mother's belly. Be not far from me, for trouble is near, for there is none to help. Many bulls have compassed me. Strong bulls of Bashan have beset me round. They gaped upon me with their mouths as a raven and a roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax. It is melted in the midst of my bowels. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue cleaves to my jaws. And thou hast brought me into the dust of death. For dogs have compassed me. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet. I may tell all my bones. They look and stare upon me. They part my garments among them and cast lots upon my vesture. But be not thou far from me, O Yahweh, O my strength. Haste thee to help me. Deliver my soul from the sword, my darling from the power of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard me from the horns of the unicorns. I will declare thy name unto my brethren. In the midst of the congregation will I praise thee. Yet ye that fear Yahweh, praise him. All ye the seed of Yaakov, glorify him, and fear him, all ye the seed of Israel. For he hath not despised, nor abhorred the affliction of the afflicted, neither hath he hid his face from him. But when he cried unto him, he heard. My praise shall be of thee in the great congregation. I will pay my vows before them that fear him. The meek shall eat and be satisfied. They shall praise Yahweh that seek him. Your heart shall live forever. All the ends of the world shall remember and return unto Yahweh, and all the kindreds of the nations shall worship before thee. For the kingdom is Yahweh's, and he is the governor among the nations. All they that be fat upon the earth shall eat and worship. All they that go down to the dust shall bow before him, and none can keep alive his own soul. A seed shall serve him. It shall be accounted to Yahweh for a generation. They shall come and shall declare his righteousness unto a people that shall be born, that he hath done this. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 147, please. That's Psalms 147. He reads, Hallelujah, for it is good to sing praises unto our Elohim, for it is pleasant, and praise is comely. Yahweh doth build up Jerusalem. He gathered together the outcasts of Israel. He healed the broken in heart and binded up their wounds. He telleth the number of the stars. He calleth them all by their names. Great is our Yahweh and of a great power. His understanding is infinite. Yahweh lifted up the meek. He causes the wicked down. He casted the wicked down to the ground. Excuse me. Sing unto Yahweh with thanksgiving. Sing praise upon the harp unto our Elohim, who covereth the heavens with clouds, who prepareth rain for the earth, who maketh grass to grow upon the mountains. He giveth to the beast his food, and to the young ravens which cry. He delighteth not in the strength of the horse. He taketh not pleasure in the legs of a man. Yahweh taketh pleasure in them that fear him, in those that hope in his mercy. Hallelujah, O Jerusalem. Praise thy Elohim, O Zion. For he hath strengthened the bars of thy gates. He hath blessed thy children within thee. He maketh peace in thy borders, and filleth thee with the finest of the wheat. He sendeth forth his commandment upon earth. His word runneth very swiftly. He giveth snow like wool. He scattereth the hoarfrost like ashes. He casteth forth his ice like morsels. Who can stand before his cold? He sendeth out his word and melteth them. He causes his wind to blow, and the waters flow. He sheweth his word unto Yaakov, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation. As for his judgments, they have not known them. Hallelujah! 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 Hallelujah!
Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called Controversy Among Israel and the Tithes and Offerings. And what this presentation denotes today is that it gives us another chance to make a distinction between what Yahweh has said and what is written compared to what we are teaching and doing today. There have been many rumors about tithing in your captivity. There have been much stealing and robbing and lying to the children of Israel about tithes. And I think this came by way of lack of understanding, lack of knowledge and understanding of what is found in your Holy Scriptures. So today we're going to take a journey with our fathers in the wilderness, and we're going to read and find out exactly what was told to them, why it was told to them, and we're going to show the time and place where everything was supposed to be done. Hopefully it will help us to understand our dwellings. It will help us to understand the instructions that was given to our fathers. That way we will begin to fear Yahweh once we understand these words and depart from evil and wait on him. Because we cannot dictate the story based on how we are living today. The story is an old story. And this story has been circulating on the earth before you and I has ever been born. So we must follow the instructions. We must teach the children the history of our fathers. That way they may have hope in his word. And that's what it tells us in Psalm 78. The history, the parables, the dark sayings were to be told to our children that they may have hope in those same things. Well, when we teach the Bible today, we are having hope in the things that our brothers and sisters narrate, in the things that our brothers and sisters explain, and not hope in what is written. For they are changing what is written. We read last week in Jeremiah 8, where it told us that the pen of the scribe is in vain. And so are we today, if we do not know what the pen of the scribe said or instructed our fathers. So again, today's presentation will be called Controversy Among Israel, Tithes and Offerings. And we are trying to take a quick journey in the wilderness with our fathers to see exactly what they were doing in the wilderness, why, and where was they to do all that Yahweh commanded them. And we basically bring in this presentation forth to prove without a shadow of a doubt that Yahweh never commanded Israel to do the holy things of the covenant of the law in the land of your captivity. I would like to start this great presentation out by going to the book of wisdom, the book of Proverbs, to warn us with these great words of wisdom to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. And we will be reading from Proverbs 1. Proverbs 1. And it tells us in Proverbs 1, and at this time, please get yourself in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will use and bring forth today to try and squash this controversy that is among Israel. It tells us in Proverbs 1, if we all turn there, please, and it reads from the very first verse, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, and judgment, and equity, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall obtain into wise counsels. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise and their dark sayings. And we will read the words of the wise and the dark sayings thereof when we take this journey in the wilderness with our fathers. The 7th verse reads, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge. So we must fear Yahweh to obtain this great knowledge that we will read about when we take this journey in the wilderness with our fathers. Thus it tells us again in the 7th verse, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instructions. My son, hear the instructions of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother, for they shall be ornaments of grace into thy head, and chains about thy neck. My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thy not. If they say, come with us, let us lay wait for blood. Let us lord privately for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not thy in the way with them. Refrain thy foot from their path, for their feet run to evil, and have haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lord privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain. And our brothers and sisters are truly greedy of gain. The Almighty called them greedy dogs. Thus it tells us, so are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which take away the life of the owners thereof. Wisdom crieth without. She utters her voice in the streets. She cries in the chief places of the concourse, in the openings of the gates, in the city. She utters her words, saying, how long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. And a lot of people is going to hate this knowledge today because it is the word of Yahweh. How long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity, and the scorner delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge? Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit into you. I will make known my words unto you today, because I have called and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand and no man regarded. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. You are refusing the reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear comes. When your fear comes as desolation, and your destruction comes as a whirlwind. When distress and anguish come upon you, then shall they call upon me. But I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. For that they hated knowledge, and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They would none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof. The reproof is the correction of your wrongdoings. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices. For the turning away of the simple, the gullible, shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whosoever, and this is the last word of the matter, but whoso hearkens unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from the fear of evil. So it allows us to know, if you want to be quiet, if you want knowledge, if you want wisdom, you must fear Yahweh. And when it comes to the knowledge and wisdom of this subject matter, you must fear Yahweh to understand the interpretations thereof, the dark sayings, the words of truth. You must fear Yahweh to understand them. I would like to also go to one other place in the book of wisdom, and that will be found in the 25th division of Proverbs, the 25th chapter of Proverbs. And it tells us in the 25th division of Proverbs, if we take a look, we'll read at the 8th verse to the 9th verse. And it tells us in Proverbs 25, 8 and 9, and it reads, "Go not forth hastily to strive, lest thou know not what to do in the end thereof. When thy neighbor hath put thee to shame, debate thy and discover not a secret to another." And we're not debating anything today that we need our brothers to be present. All we doing is witnessing what is written. I hear a lot of people saying that we debate a lot. And I have searched the dialogue, and I can only find one time that I have actually debated, and that was with my brother Alicia. Other than that, I have not debated anyone. All we are doing is bringing forth what is written. This cause is for us all. We reveal what we find in the Holy Scripture to let the children of Israel know what is revealed in the Holy Scriptures. We witness all that Yahweh has said and done. We show forth the history of our fathers. Other than that, there is no debate with the house of Yisrael. We are not debating anything because we understand time and place. We understand that today we find ourselves in the enemy land being servants and afflicted. So what is it to debate? But if we were debating, and if we did find ourselves under the covenant of the law, we will squash those debates by way of law. If we are truly under the covenant of the law, if we are truly set apart this day, if we are truly sanctified, if we are truly holy, then if there is a controversy among Israel, they must use the law to squash that controversy. Yahweh did not want a controversy to be among Israel. And when the controversy was among Israel, he wanted it squashed because he wanted his children to know all that he has said. That way it will get evil out of the land. So Yahweh never allowed Israel to walk around year after year with the same controversy. Not being under the covenant of the law, he did not. And we will prove that and use that for this matter of controversy that is upon Israel this day. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Psalms 24, Psalms 24, and warning Israel to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. And this is also one of the psalms that our fathers used during the season of the Feast of Tabernacles. The Almighty was known and exalted and decreed as the King of Kings. And dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles, it didn't just denote an offering made by fire into Yahweh, but it also denoted Israel hailing up Yahweh. For the Feast of Tabernacles denoted the end of our wandering, and the end of our temporary wandering, being in the wilderness, being in booths, was over once Israel entered into the land. After that, we just commemorated Israel being in booths by observing every word of the feast that is found in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. And at this time, Yahweh was exalted. This was the day of all days, even though we acknowledged him as King of Kings every day. But this was the festivity that Israel proclaimed out of their mouths, that Yahweh was the King of Kings. And I'll touch on that a little later when we get into the offerings dealing with the Feast of Tabernacles. But here it tells us in Psalms Psalms 24, verse 1 through 10. And it reads in Psalms 24, verse 1, the earth is Yahweh.
Shalom, brother.
Yes.
Can you hear that in the background?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm getting some static in my ear.
Yeah, that's what I thinking you hear that.
I couldn't hear you.
I was asking, did you hear that? Not me.
Oh, yeah, I can hear the static. It is.
Okay. You think it's your phone? You want to probably hang up the call right back? Or maybe you need to mute everybody. Maybe you need to mute everybody.
Everybody is mute except you.
Oh, okay.
I think. I'm not for sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Hold on one second. Israel. Shalom, Israel. along again, Israel. Hopefully that's a little better. We all should be at Psalms 24. And it tells us in Psalms 24, starting at the first verse, the earth is Yahweh's and the fullness thereof. And in this presentation, we must pay attention in every presentation, in every study. When you find yourself alone reading, you must pay attention to what you are reading. That way, the dark sayings will be revealed. If you're not paying attention, they won't be revealed to you. In this first verse, it says, the earth is Yahweh's and the fullness thereof, the world, and they that dwell in them. And the reason why I wanted you to pay close attention to this first verse, because it will allow us to understand and have the answers to the questions that one will have. And it allows us to know that Yahweh is the possessor of the world. And what he says is the best is the best. What he chooses, there's nothing greater to be chosen, because he knows what best. He knows the earth and them that dwell therein. And the reason why I'm saying that is because this presentation is going to denote the choices that Yahweh made. And we should be glad in them. We shouldn't want to change it. We shouldn't want the choices of Yahweh to be what we choose. We should read the words that Yahweh has said and be glad therein. Not change, not alter, not diminish, not add. And we're going to prove that that's exactly what our brothers and sisters do when they read these scriptures. They're going to change and add. The Almighty said, the land that I gave your fathers is the glory of all lands. And we make the glory of all lands being wherever in the heck we at. We make the glory of all lands being in our most despicable situation. And that's the glory of all lands. We teach people our dwellings is wherever we are at. When the Creator taught our fathers that their dwellings was the glory of all lands. So it can't be wherever you are at. The second verse reads, for he that found it upon the sea and established it upon the floods, who shall ascend into the hills of Yahweh? And Yahweh hills is holy. And you must be holy to even approach it. You at least must be clean and sanctified. Who shall ascend into the hill of Yahweh? Or who shall stand in his holy place? And the answer of that is found right here in the next verse, but it's also found in the 15th chapter of Psalms. The answer, he that have clean hands and a pure heart, who have not lifted up his soul into vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from Yahweh and righteousness from the Elohim of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob, Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory. Now this same King of glory has given you the glory. And the glory that he has given our fathers is a land that he has spied out. This land is so holy, it is compared to the Garden of Eden. The land that Yahweh gave to our fathers is compared not to heaven, even though it has heavenly tones to it. It has phrases that denote heaven. But this land does not, nor was it intended to be heaven. But it was intended to be heaven on earth. There was not a more blessed geographical location than the Garden of Eden. And we know what happened. And we know what happened to that earth and that world. It was destroyed. So the Almighty chose Noah and his sons to replenish the earth. And once they replenished the earth, the Almighty made another choosing. And that was your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And they was blessed with just about the same blessing that was put upon Adam and Eve. He chose these people out of all the people of the world that he have created to be the landlords of the earth, to be the landlords of righteousness, to be the landlords of holiness, to be among Yahweh in the land that is known as the glory of all lands. And this land was only given by way of the King of glory. Yahweh strong and mighty. Yahweh mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and please note where the gates was and what the gates denote. The gates ain't any place. The gates ain't in Babylon. The gates ain't in Assyria. The gates ain't in Rome. The gates ain't in America. These gates that Yahweh come into is in the land of Canaan, in the promised land. Everything is denoted. Most times when I talk to my brothers and sisters about the scripture, all they talk about is Israel. Well, this story is not exclusively about Israel. It is about the Creator. It is about his people that he have chosen, and it is about a land that he gives them because they were sojourners among him. They had no land. Once Yahweh took Abraham out of Tyre's house, which was his daddy, they had no land. So to make you a great nation, you also need a land. We talk like we're a great nation today, and we in everybody else's land. Well, the Almighty told us by way of the story, he made us a great nation and a great kingdom, and the only way that was going to happen if you had a land. And he gave you the greatest land of all the lands. And we have sold like the rapper that's out, I will not trade a dime for a penny. You have traded your dime for that penny. You have allowed your dwellings, the glory of all lands, to be wherever you are at. And that is terrible. And it allows us to know that you are not following the instructions, nor do you know what Yahweh promised our fathers forever. Thus, it tells us in the 9th and 10th verse, lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? Yahweh of hosts. He is alone the King of glory. Selah, forever. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, for by the law and by the testimonies will we establish this controversy, and we will show what was done and said and commanded among our fathers when they found themselves in controversies. And we will find by way of the law and testimonies what tithes and offerings actually denote and where they were commanded to be done forever. Before we get to that part, let's establish this controversy. For there is truly a controversy among Israel dealing with the tithes and offerings. Thus, it tells us in the book of the law, the book of Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. And we must establish these points. That way we can get understanding in what we are reading and what we are doing today. And your brother said there is a controversy. And we are not to add nor take away, and we're not. Thus, this controversy or controversies can be found in our Holy Scripture. So I'm taking you where it talks about controversy to allow us to know that our fathers would have never been able to walk around year after year having controversies about the Feast of Unleavened Bread, about tithes, about offerings, about if you're under this law or if you're under that law. Yahweh would have never allowed our fathers to wander around in the land of promise with matters of controversy, nor would he allow our fathers to walk around with the benefit of a doubt or doing the best they could. For our fathers were cast out of the land of promise for doing the best they could and for giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt instead of knowing, believing, and understanding. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy 17, I'll start at the very first verse, and it reads, Thou shalt not sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish or any ill-favoredness, for that is an abomination unto Yahweh thy Elohim. If there be found among you, and note what that first verse says, because if it's a controversy dealing with that first verse, if you got a brother or sister say, no, this blemish here is little, the Almighty don't mind. This animal here just have a little blemish in it, the Almighty don't mind. Well, for us to be correct, for us to be following instructions, we had a place to go to deal with that matter, and that is a matter of controversy, because we all are not on one accord. We should all be on one accord. There is only one truth. Yahweh said all that he said about tithes, and we're going to read it today, and that is the truth. Anything other than what we read is a lie. Thus, the second verse reads, if there be found among you within any of thy gates, and note, and I'm going to keep making a distinction and bringing up when we run into words such as gates, dwelling, and house. I need y'all to catch this. I need you to not allow anyone to pull the wool over your eyes to where you can read this and know what gates they talking about, who house they talking about, who dwellings they talking about, and what geographical location is they talking about. We need to know these things today because those little simple words that our brothers and sisters have narrated to mean wherever you are at is what's destroying you. It is causing you to not fear Yahweh. And you say, well, how is it causing us not to fear Yahweh? Because that ain't what Yahweh said. Nor is it what Yahweh meant. That's what your brother said. And that's what he defined it to mean. And we're going to stop that today. Because Yahweh is the judge. Yahweh is the lawgiver. Yahweh is our Savior, and we shall serve him. We shall hearken to him and no one else. So in hearkening to him, it tells us in the second verse, if there be found among you any, within any of thy gates. Who is he talking to? You and I? Is he talking to the listening audience? Is these words speaking to the listening audience? Or is these words speaking about one that find themselves in the wilderness with their Creator 40 years after they came out of the iron furnace? And we must know these things. And the answer is the latter, our fathers, finding themselves in the wilderness 40 years after they came out of the iron furnace, which denoted Egypt, and they are told these things. And we can find these same things in the first year of their wandering in the wilderness. These things that we're reading in Deuteronomy is just a reiteration. It is being said again. And no, nothing has changed. The same thing that was said in the first year of Israel's wandering is commanded to them in the 40th year of Israel wandering before they enter into the land of promise. So all these words are spoken to those people, and all those people was to take heed to every word, which we know they did not. Thus, their children find themselves scattered on the four corners of the earth, needing to be saved out of it. It also continued to tell us, within any of thy gates, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee. So it denotes your gates. Yahweh never gave us these places. The places we find ourselves in, they have not been given by way of Yahweh mercy, but this come by way of his curse. This come by way of his wrath and his affliction. It tells us, man or woman that has wrought wickedness in the sight of Yahweh thy Elohim, how? In transgressing his covenant. So that's all your brother have ever taught. The covenant is broken. If the covenant is broken, how are you under the stipulations thereof? The Almighty telling us how our fathers would have wrought wickedness in the sight of him. It tells us in transgressing his covenant. Well, the covenant is broken today. So what if it is not truly against the covenant. And these are the words that were told to our fathers. Note that, Israel, not the world. Our brother Yamin read Psalms 147 for us all. And it told us he have not given these words to any other people. So these things are told directly and specifically to our fathers. And it reads, and have gone and served other gods and worshiped them, either the sun or moon or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded. So if you out there today dealing with astrology and dealing with Ra and the sun god and moon and all that, you are in error. And if you tell the people that it's okay, you are in error. Because we have the law and the testimonies to show that it is not that which Yahweh have commanded. And that's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. So when it comes to the tithes and we see that that is not what is commanded, and I heard the teachers of Israel use Isaiah 8 and 16 the other day, and when they were teaching about the tithes, and they used it to explain why they do not witness a 13th month, because there is no 13th month found in the Holy Scriptures by way of law nor testimony. Well, I want them to keep that same energy when it comes to the tithes, because we're going to find that there is no testimonies where Israel ever paid tithes in captivity on Saturday. So you want to keep that same energy. That way, it ain't no debate. It ain't no refute. We can all say hallelujah. That's what's written. And drop all the foolishness that we have done by robbing the children of Israel. It continued to tell us, Israel, in the 4th verse, and it be told thee, and thy heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that which abomination is wrought in Israel, then shall thou bring forth the man, or that woman, which have committed that wicked thing, into thy gates. Please take note. Into thy gates, even that man or that woman, and it shall stone them with stones till they die. At the mouth, and notice, when it talk about and stone them until they die, you really never hear your brothers and sisters teach this to where they putting a lot of emphasis on the last verse. Shall stone them with stones till they die. But all the other words they put much emphasis on. But when you hear your brother teach, he put emphasis on every word. Why? Because every word is good. Every word could have been done, and every word was supposed to be done if you were under the covenant of the law and in your land. There is not one word where we're supposed to start reading a little slower or a little lower because you're reading something that you know you can't do. Not so with Samuel. If he start off screaming out, crying out loud, then when he get to the end of the verse, he's still crying out loud because he know everything he is reading is truth. And our fathers could have done it, not us. See, I'm not worried about trying to make you see that what I'm reading belongs to us today. I say, I don't have to worry about that. I teach according to time and place. So with me teaching according to time and place, there is no worry. There is no reprimand coming toward me because I'm witnessing every word. Absolutely not. Matter of fact, it's fun. It's great to be able to witness every word with confidence. It tells us, Israel, and that's exactly what our fathers had to do. They had to bring that man or that woman to their gates, and they, once the matter was heard, we're going to read that part, then the guilty was to be stoned. And the people that heard of it first, their hands was the first hands to be up on that man or that woman to squash a controversy, because they saying one thing and Yahweh has said another. And the things that being said is said to the Yahweh's children. So it must be squashed. The controversy must be settled. That way Yahweh get the glory. We back on the old path of what Yahweh has said and not that man or that woman. It tells us in the 6th verse, at the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death. Not today, and we know good and well this don't have nothing to do with today. We see what happens in these courts. We see people getting sent to prison forever by the mouth of 1 witness. And sometimes the witness might be dumb, blind, or whatever. But that 1 witness is enough to send our brothers and sisters to jail forever. So we know that these words do not denote us today, nor does it have anything to do with this society. But these words dealt with our society. These words dealt with our kingdom. These words dealt with our country. Thus it reads, at the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. Today they teach Yahweh as a judge. All that we're going to read is going to show you that they are lying. All that we're going to read going to show you that is a bold-faced lie. Yes, Yahweh is the judge, but you are his servant. Thus, you was to execute the judgment when you found your butt under the covenant of the law. Today, you bypass it because you know in your deepest heart that you are not under the covenant of the law today. That's why you are not foolish enough to execute now one of these judgments. But you are foolish enough to tell the people you under the law. You just ain't under the judgment. And that is foolishness, because there is no law without a judgment. Thus, it tells us at the 7th verse, the hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. So shalt thou put evil away from among you. If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, and that's all your brother talking about. We said we're supposed to keep the tithes. You're teaching that we're under the tithes. You're teaching we're under the offerings today. You're teaching that we're supposed to keep these feasts. Well, your brothers and sisters of the same house want to know if that's what Yahweh said. And in this matter of controversy, you don't supposed to be ill against your brother. I heard a question being answered the other day, and it was dealing with tithes, and then a sister asked, well, the people that disagree, that don't see it this way, will they have a chance to get on board if they are included with the people that we be brought into the wilderness? The brother said no. And the reason why the brother's saying no is because he already up in a rage against those people sending in questions about tithes. The brother had the audacity to point the finger at the people that is questioning you about the tithes. He's saying you the one evil. You the one doing the things that Yahweh that Yahweh hate. So we need to know these things because the finger is being pointed at us because we saying that Israel is in error. Because we have enough sense to know what our gates is, what our houses was, what our dwellings was, what was promised to Abraham. So to make them look good and to not make them look like criminals, they point the finger at us for even bringing it up. They using all type of examples. Well, what do they have? At least we is feeding the poor. At least we is doing this. I don't care what you're doing. The Christian doing it too. Is you going to give him credit? No, you're not. Nor are we going to give you any credit. There's a lot of people doing that. And ain't nothing wrong. I have never gave a presentation about not helping your brother or your sister if you could. Because most of us need help. That's the situation. A curse denote you're going to need some help. The Almighty said you need so much help that I'm going to save you out of it. So sure, it's going to be poor among us. But when you read this story, it's talking about the blessed taking care of the poor. It's not talking about the cursed taking care of the curse. Nor is it talking about a cursed people taking care of the poor. That is not this story. You're reading the wrong book. For it tells us, Israel, in the last sentence of the 7th verse, so thou shalt put the evil away from among you. And that's all the controversy is about. And if we can squash the controversy, whoever wrong, whoever possessed the evil, we will be able to put it away from us. We won't be able to do what is written in this book that was told our fathers. But we will be able to put it away from us by us being able to present the scriptures to squash the controversy. Thus, it tells us in the 8th verse, if there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment. And some people try to act like this is a hard matter. In reality, it is not. All you have to do is search the law and the testimonies. And it would be even easier than that if we were under the covenant of the law and these things were set up and commanded for us to do. It would be even easier. As we read, it says, if there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plead and plead, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, not within the world, not in the gates of America, but within thy gates, then shalt thou rise and get thee up into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And even if you did want to make your dwellings wherever you at, to deal with the controversy, your dwellings wouldn't be wherever you at, because it's telling us where Israel was to go to deal with matters of controversy. I don't care if you did say Cincinnati was your dwelling. To deal with the matter of controversy under the covenant of the law, you would have had to come to this place. You would have had to leave your so-called dwellings and come to this place. Well, Let's see you do it. Let's see you do it. No more talking. We done did enough talking. Let's see you do it. And if you can't, it is only because you're not under the covenant of the law. For it tells us, Israel, and get thee, the last sentence of the 8th verse, and get thee up into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And thou shalt come into the priest. Please take note who you're going to go to. It don't say the Marais. It don't say the preacher. It don't say the brother you think wise. It says, and thou shalt come into the priest, the Levites, and into the judge that shall be in those days. And what we're teaching, down the priest, we'll make ourselves a judge and think that we supposed to get some righteousness out of it. The Almighty said when Israel do all that he have commanded them in Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, that is your righteousness. So you don't get no righteousness being right in your own eyes and doing it your way. Israel has been destroyed for doing their doings in their ways. So we don't get no credit for that. The Almighty ain't looking upon you as a good and righteous servant because you doing what I said your way. You don't get no credit like that. That denotes sin. We seen what happened to the great King Saul. That denotes sin. Thus the 9th verse reads, and thou shalt come into the priest, the Levite, and into the judge, that shall, that will, if you under the covenant of the law. And this is another proof that you ain't under the covenant of the law, because you even admit out of your own mouth you don't know where the priest is. But the Almighty said, if you were under the covenant of the law, and there was a matter of controversy dealing with his word, dealing with his laws, dealing with his offerings, dealing with his feast days, dealing with anything that Yahweh said, he said there shall, not there might be. It says there shall be a priest of the Levites and the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire. And they, who is they? Your brother, the Marais? It says the priest and judge. And they shall show thee the sentence of the judgment. And thou shalt do according to the sentence. Not according to your own understanding, not according to your own mind. You don't supposed to say, damn that brother or damn that sister. We're going to keep doing it. Not if you were under the covenant of the law. Not if you was truly trying to squash the controversy. And the Almighty, his way, makes sure the controversy is squashed. For it reads, in the 10th verse, and thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place, which Yahweh shall choose, shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee, according to the sentence of the law, which they shall teach thee. And that's what we're going to teach today. We're going to teach the sentence of the law. We're going to show the word that Yahweh has said dealing with tithes. And anything other than that is breaking the judgment of those words. It says In the 11th verse, according to the sentence of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee to the right hand or to the left. And the man that will do presumptuously, that will throw Yahweh words behind them right after they hear them this day, and will not hearken unto the priests that stand to minister there before Yahweh thy Elohim, or into the judge, even that man shall die. Well, we have in matters of controversy, we're not under the covenant of the law, but the people say we are, and when we bring these matters of controversy up, ain't nothing happening. Ain't nobody dying, nor are they changing their mind. They ain't even stopped stealing. They still collecting. But not so. If you were under the covenant of the law and you brought this matter of controversy to the place that Yahweh commanded you to bring it, it says that even that man shall die, and thou shalt put away the evil from Israel. It is evil to say Yahweh said something and he hath not. And all the people, not just those that being a respecter of person, but it says, and all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously. It also tells us, because when I first started bringing this to our brothers' attention, they tried to downplay it, just like they do with the Sabbath. What is said about the Sabbath in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 34th, the 35th, and the 43rd verse. They try to downplay that and say, well, that's dealing with the Sabbathal year. That ain't nothing. Every word of Elohim is pure Israel. So you can't downplay none of them. You won't be able to downplay not one word of Yahweh. And they try to say, well, it don't really have nothing to do with the law. And you're reading it out the law. You're reading this out of Deuteronomy 17. So I had to bring forth more proof that when it comes to a controversy, Yahweh mean what he say, and he say what he mean. And this controversy don't just denote something that is done legally in court. This controversy is based on all that Yahweh have commanded. Thus, let us turn our scriptures real quick to 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter. Second Chronicles, the 19th chapter. The scripture just told us the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, and fools hate instruction. So let's see if we're going to be fools today, or is we going to love these instructions and confirm them. For it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter, for all those that have told their brother that Deuteronomy 17 is not speaking about the laws. It's not speaking about the individual laws. It's speaking more so on a court matter. Well, it tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter, I'll pick up at the 4th verse. And it tells us in the 4th verse of 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter, and it reads, and Jehoshaphat dwelt at Jerusalem, and he went out again through the people from Beersheba to Mount Ephraim. So he lived, his dwellings was in Jerusalem, but he went out to the people's dwellings from Beersheba to Mount Ephraim, showing you the route that he took, and brought them back, all the people, from Beersheba to Mount Ephraim, and brought them back into Yahweh Elohim of their fathers. And he set judges in the land throughout all the fenced cities of Yehuda, city by city, and said unto the judges, take heed what ye do, for ye judge not for man, but for Yahweh. And every time we bring up the judgment, it is not for you. It is for Yahweh. And I know the judgment is harsh. It's right, though. There is no iniquity in Yahweh. So the judgment is harsh, but it's right. It tells us, and he set judges in the land throughout the fenced cities of Yehuda, city by city, and he said to the judges, take heed what you do, for ye judge not for man, but for Yahweh. So when we bring forth the judgment, we know it's harsh, but it's not for you. It is to allow you to know the righteous judgment of our Creator that was told to our fathers. Thus it reads in the 7th verse, wherefore now let the fear of Yahweh be upon you. And the only way you're going to accept this presentation, the only way you're going to accept that there is truly a controversy, if the fear of Yahweh is on you. If the fear of Yahweh ain't on you, you don't care about these tithes. You don't see no controversy. People have said there's no controversy to Brother Samuel. He just don't want to do it. Well, that ain't true. And if it is, let's settle it by way of controversy. Let's see if there's a controversy or not, or if your brother just don't want to do it. That's to keep you out of the book. If I hurry up and tell you, oh, it ain't no controversy, the brother just don't want to do it. The brother just evil. The brother just wicked. Well, that ain't going to allow you to go in there and see what Yahweh said. You're going to ride with your teacher. You're going to be a respected person and ride with the information that was given you instead of looking in this book. Instead of squashing the controversy. We just let the controversy go on and on. Here we have been knowing each other for over 20 years, and this same controversy is among us because we're not able to squash the controversy by way of law. If we was, this matter would have been over. It tells us, Israel, in the 7th verse, wherefore now let the fear of Yahweh be upon you. Take heed and do it, for there is no iniquity with Yahweh. So all that he has declared is right. I don't care how harsh it might sound to you. It is righteousness. Thus it reads, Yahweh, our Elohim, nor respect of persons, nor take of gifts, nor do you supposed to be a respect of person, nor do you supposed to take a gift, because both of these things blind the eyes of the wise, and it will allow you to pervert this great judgment. It would allow you not to be able to see that all these things were commanded to be done in the land of promise. The 8th verse reads, moreover, in Jerusalem, please take note, did Jehoshaphat set of the Levites and of the priests and of the chiefs of the fathers of Israel for the judgment of Yahweh and for controversies. For there was going to be controversies among Israel because everybody didn't have the same spirit when Yahweh was speaking to them. And we know that to be true when it came to Caleb and Joshua. All the people heard the words that came out of the voice of Yahweh. But all the people did not have the same spirit that Joshua and Caleb had. So it allows us to know, if we did not have the same spirit, and if we all did not walk in that great land loving Yahweh with all our heart and soul, then there might be matters of controversy in what Yahweh has said or what he have not said, or what Yahweh have done or what Yahweh have not done. Thus it reads, for controversies when they return to Jerusalem. And he charged them, saying, thus shall ye do in the fear of Yahweh, faithfully. So we're supposed to deal with these controversies faithfully and with a perfect heart. And what cause soever shall come to you of your brethren that dwell, and note, what cause soever shall come to you of your brethren. Today the cause is tithes and offerings. Of your brethren that dwell in their cities. Please take note, in their dwelling. They had to come to Jerusalem. Between blood and blood. Between law and commandment. Statute and judgment. Ye shall even warn them that they trespass not against Yahweh. And we are going to warn Israel today, and we have always warned Israel, dealing with Yahweh's statutes, commandments, and judgments, and the law. It says that they trespass not against Yahweh. And we know to rob wickedness in the land is done by transgressing the covenant. So here it says, ye shall even warn them that they trespass not against Yahweh, and so wrath come upon you and upon your brethren. This do, and ye shall not trespass. And behold, Amariah, the chief priest, is over you in all matters of Yahweh. And Zebadiah, the son of Ishmael, the ruler of the house of Yehuda, for all the king's matters. So the Levites shall be officers before you. Deal courageously, and Yahweh shall be with the good. So here it allows us to know that what we read in Deuteronomy 17 did not just denote a court matter, but it denoted all matters of controversy. And it was further told the same things once our fathers entered into the land. When you read about the controversies in Deuteronomy 17, they were still in the wilderness, the 40th year. So we even showed that Yahweh changed not, and dealing with the controversies changed not. Thus we just seen by way of testimony what was said and done, dealing with the judges, dealing with the priests, dealing with Jerusalem, and dealing with matters of controversy. And we also going to show one more place, even after the children of Israel disagreed and disobeyed with these words and got cast out of their land, did time in Babylon, came and come out of Babylon, and Yahweh changed not. Thus, if we turn our scriptures real quick to Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, we see that Yahweh changed not. And it allows us to know that Yahweh always wanted the matters of controversy to be squashed in his land and among his people. Always. For it just told us the instructions in the wilderness, in the land, and when Israel came back out of Babylon. For it tells us in Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, if we turn there, please. For Yahweh changed not, so nor would your brother change. I'm going to stay on this. I'm going to keep harping on this. I'm going to harp on these tithes. I'm going almost 20 years now harping on tithes. Even though it looked like ain't nothing changed, one thing did change, and that is Yahweh's word. His word is out. I am not teaching what our brothers and sisters have taught. I am not teaching what tradition have taught. And I have saved many people money. It tells us, Israel, in Ezekiel 44, if we take a quick look at the 23rd and the 24th verse, and it reads, and when you read the whole chapter, it's just allowing us to know again who Yahweh have chosen out of the house of the Levi, and that person was Zadok, and we know when he selected Zadok in the book of Numbers, the 25th chapter, when Phinehas stayed the plague, and the Almighty gave the priesthood to that family forever. So you find Zadok in the 15th verse and other verses of Ezekiel 44. And then it allows us to know what was required. And you find out that the requirements is the same that is found in the wilderness, the same that is found when the Israel were in their land during the days of King Josiah. And even the same words is being given to our fathers when they bring their butt out of Babylon. And it reads in the 23rd verse of the 44th chapter of Ezekiel. And they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and profane. Please take note. When they get their butt out of captivity, everything is the same. Nothing has changed. And they, which is the priests, which is the teachers, was to teach Israel the holy and the profane. Now, why would they have to teach Israel the holy and the profane if Israel already know about the holy and the profane? If Israel already been keeping the holy in the Babylon? If they ain't been indoctrinated by the Babylonians, then they should know all that they knew when they went in there. But that is not the case. We have many testimonies where the children of Israel had to be taught these words again because of their stay was long in Babylon, or because of their stay was long in captivity. So when they was brought, we had to be taught our language. We had to be taught laws and everything again. And that's why you have these words dealing with Israel coming back. And it tells us in these words again, according to the 23rd and 24th verse, and they shall teach my people. You got to be taught the difference between the holy and profane. Today, we're not being taught the difference between the holy and the profane. How could you witness that when you are teaching to do the holy in the land of the profane? That's terrible teaching. So there is no distinction being made. There is no difference being shown. Not today, that is, because you're not under the covenant of the law. And these words that we are reading out of the 23rd verse do not denote us today. It denotes our fathers coming out of captivity. What they will be doing when they get their butt back in the land of promise, back in their own dwellings. And what they were to do was to make difference between the holy and profane and cause them, the Israelites that are free, back in the land under the covenant of the law to discern between unclean and the clean. And in controversy they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it, whatever the controversy is, according to my judgments. And they shall keep my laws and my statutes and all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbaths. And they is none other than the priests that was to show Israel the holy from the profane. And note, these things were done once they entered back into the land of promise. So it proves that there is a controversy, and there was controversies among our fathers when they found themselves under the covenant of the law in the land of promise. And Yahweh set up what I call the Justice Center for Israel to come to Jerusalem to deal with all manners of controversy. And when you come, the Almighty promise, He's not having you give Him the benefit of a doubt. He promised that there will be a priest and judge in that day, that you, the man or woman of Israel, will be able to bring all manners of controversy to, and they would hear the matter. And once they hear the matter and judge for Yahweh righteously and courageously, all Israel, not just the two parties, not just those parties that have the controversy, but all Israel shall hear the righteous judgment, the righteous sentence, the righteous word of Yahweh, and do what the priest and judge have sentenced and have given Israel, and the controversy shall be squashed. And depending on what the controversy consists of, when it was squashed, it could have cost you your life, depending on what manner of controversy it was. As we read in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, the first 5 verses allows us to know that there might have been a person committing idolatry. It might have been a person thought it was all right to worship the sun or the stars or the moon. Well, you brought those matters of controversy to the priest, because the other person that's doing the diligent search is saying otherwise. They are saying, no, we don't supposed to pay tithes here. And then you got one person saying, oh, yeah, we do. We're supposed to pay it wherever you're at. You see it say house, don't you? You see it say gate, don't you? So we're supposed to pay that wherever we're at. So that's a matter of controversy. And there's only one person right. They talk about the same subject, but there's only one person right. So you got to bring that matter of controversy to the men that got the answer. And once the answer is given, all Israel had to follow it, or you die. And it's a proof if you truly fear Yahweh or not, because you're going to follow it. The ones that don't follow it is showing that they do not fear Yahweh. Especially knowing that you could die for being in error. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to Proverbs 22. Proverbs 22. I just want to establish this truth one more time by the words of wisdom, that this presentation is solely for making a distinction between the holy and the profane, but to make a distinction from what Yahweh said and what He have not. So I would like to interject these words and then jump straight into the presentation. For it tells us in Proverbs, the 22nd chapter. If we take a quick look at the 17th verse, and it tells us this day as we read, bow down thy ear and hear the words of the wise. There's no words wiser than the words that's written. If our brothers want wisdom, if our brothers want to be pat on the back, the only wisdom that one could truly get is by quoting every word. That is the wisdom. Thus it says, bow down thy ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply thy heart into my knowledge. For it is a pleasant thing if I keep them. If you hear them, listen and keep them within thee. They shall wither be fitted in thy lips. You ain't going to have to search for these answers. They're going to be right at the tip of your mouth. They that trust, that they may trust, that thy trust may be in Yahweh. So when you quote the word without adding or diminishing from it, you are showing your trust. You are showing your belief. It says that thy trust may be in Yahweh. I have made known to thee this day, even to thee. Have not I written to thee excellent things and counsel and knowledge, which we're about to read, that I might make thee know? We're going to know today what Yahweh said about tithe. We ain't going to guess. The certainty of the words of truth. And we are bringing forth the certainty of words of truth from the scriptures of truth. And all one have to do is believe. Know, believe, and understand these words, and ye shall be safe dealing with these words. So the last verse I will read again is the 21st verse, and it reads, that I might make thee know the certainty of the words of truth, that thou mayest answer, as we're going to answer this day, the words of truth to them that sin into thee. Let us turn our holy scriptures to Genesis, the 14th chapter. For in Genesis, the 14th chapter is the first place that you will find in your holy scriptures that denote a tithe. And it is found in Genesis, the 14th chapter. The word tithe denotes a tenth. So as we go to Genesis, the 14th chapter, we will find the first mentioning of a tenth that denotes time. And I wanted to bring you this route. That way we don't overlook anything in the story. Once we get on the journey that our fathers took, and we're going to take that journey around the 10th chapter, I think it is, of Deuteronomy. But once we take the journey, we will understand what tithes and a tenth denotes. And we're going to understand by way of testimony all the scriptures that your brother showed you today. They're going to be in the land. He is not going to be able to take you one place and show you where tithes was collected of the land while Israel was in captivity. You'll never find that. But by the law and by the testimony, if they come not according to these, it is only because there is no light in them. So if we can't show a testimony where Israel collected or paid tithes in captivity, then they are in error, point blank. And Yahweh don't want you to be a respected person. He don't care how much you love that person, how long you knew that person. Yahweh do not want you to be a respect person. He only wants you to respect him. It tells us in Genesis, the 14th chapter, and I'll go straight to the point. Please read the chapter. It's a great chapter dealing with Abraham's battle and his victory. And then it picks up at the 8th verse of the 14th chapter of Genesis. And note, this is the chapter right before Yahweh gave Abraham that prophetic vision about the seed, his family, his seed, and the great land of promise. It tells us in the 8th verse, and Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine. And a lot of people teach that this is not true. They teach that Abraham didn't give Melchizedek no bread. Why would Abraham give Melchizedek a tithe? Abraham is the servant of Yahweh, so why would Abraham give Melchizedek a tithe? Well, the reason why is the same reason you find in Psalms 110, where it allows us to know that the seed of David will be after the order of Melchizedek. Now, why wouldn't Abraham give Melchizedek a tithe if it is later on in retrospect prophetically spoken that the seed of David will be after the order of Melchizedek? Because Melchizedek at this time is righteous. Melchizedek at this time is the first man that Abraham ever heard speak about El Shaddai. The same El Shaddai that he is sojourning with. Thus it reads in the 8th verse. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine. And he was the priest. That's why he gave it to him. He was the priest of El Shaddai. In many of your books, he was the priest of the Most High God. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High Elohim, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High Elohim, which have delivered thy enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. Well, another way to prove that Abraham was the one that gave the tithes and not Melchizedek is if we paying attention to the instructions. The instructions told us that Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine. He letting you know what's in his possession. Well, unless you teaching the bread and wine denotes the tithes, it tells us after Melchizedek blessed Yahweh and Abraham for all that Yahweh did for Abraham, it says, and he gave him tithes of all. And who have, out of the two people in this particular situation, who has the belongings that could offer tithes? Who had the possessions that you could get some tithes from? It was Abraham. He just went and took all that belonged to his nephew Lot, and the other people, he just took all their goods back from the enemy. He was victorious. So the one that was given was the one that had, and the one that had was Abram. Thus it tells us, and the king of Salem, not the king of Salem, but the king of Sodom. So now the conversation is not with Abram and Melchizedek. The conversation is with Sodom. So when it says in the 20th verse, the last sentence, he gave him tithes of all. This is Abraham giving the tithes of all to Melchizedek. Then the 21st verse says, and the king of Sodom said unto Abram, give me the persons and take the goods to thyself. This is after the tithes is given, and the man said, because he got his possessions too, and he telling Abram, just give me the people back. The goods that belong to me, you can keep that for you being victorious. And then Abram spoke to the king of Sodom. I was taught that he was saying these things to Melchizedek, and he's not. He's talking to the king of Sodom. The conversation with Melchizedek and what was done between Abraham and Melchizedek is over with in the 20th verse. It's over. You ain't even going to read or hear Melchizedek say another word. So the 21st verse to the 24th verse is to King of Sodom, and it reads, and the king of Sodom said unto Abram, give me the persons and take the goods to thyself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, not to the king of Salem, not to Melchizedek, but he did say these things to the king of Sodom. I have lifted up my hand unto Yahweh, the Most High Elohim, the possessor of heaven and earth, the same thing that Melchizedek said, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoelace, and that I will not take anything that is thine. So this is the proof that Abraham wasn't no recipient of no tithes, but he was one that gave tithes. And when he made that comment that many people taught that he was making this comment to Melchizedek, no, he wasn't. They taught that he was making this comment to Melchizedek. That is a proof that Abraham did not pay tithes, but tithes was paid to him, and that is not true. This is allowing us to know that Abram had much trust in Yahweh. Thus he told the king of Sodom in the 23rd verse that I will not take from a thread even to a shoelace, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shall say, I have made Abraham rich. Because he wanted to be blessed by Yahweh and not the king of Sodom. So he said, I ain't taking nothing that you offering. And then he let them know the only thing that's going to be missing is the little food that my men, my soldiers, had to eat. It says in the 24th verse, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portions of the men which went with me, Anur, Esco, Marie, let them take their portions. So it allows us to know, dealing with this tithe, dealing with this tenth, that Abraham gave a tenth of the rewards, the spoils, and the things that he took from the enemy. And the things that he took really belonged to him. That was his nephew Lot's stuff that they took. And that's what he went to fight for. Well, when he brought them back, and Yahweh brought him back victoriously, he gave a tenth to the priest whose name was Melchizedek. And he was the priest of Salem. If we know anything about the geographical location of the land of promise, Salem is in that land. So your brother is telling you that Melchizedek came by way of the land of Canaan, the same great land that Yahweh going to give to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And he going to give it to them because of the iniquities that Melchizedek and the rest of the Canaanites, Amorites were doing in the land of promise. So those are the people that get cast out before we come in. Those are the people that Yahweh going to send us against to kill everything that breathes, because they forsook the manner of the Elohim of the land. And he have chosen you to be the caretakers thereof. Another place where we find tithes being denoted before we take this journey with our fathers in the wilderness, and it is found in Genesis, the 28th chapter. If we turn there, please. Genesis, the 28th chapter. And in Genesis, the 28th chapter, if we take a look at the 22nd verse, and please take note, one might say, well, how did they even know something about tithes? The law of tithe is not given until we get in the book of Leviticus. That's the first place that the law of tithe is denoted, the book of Leviticus. Well, we just read that Melchizedek came to Abraham with bread and water. But where did he come from? He came from the land of Canaan. It lets us know, at least in Genesis, the 14th chapter, in that day, our father had knowledge of time. And the priests that came out of the land that Yahweh going to give our fathers had knowledge of time. Well, here go Abram's grandson having that same knowledge. For it told us, if we read in Genesis the 28th chapter, please read the whole story. It's a great story. It'll also allow you to know what your dwellings consist of. It also should let you know that you would never give up your dwellings once you understand what your dwellings consist of. For your dwellings consist of the gates of heaven, the stairways of heaven. So if there has ever been a thought that one was going to go to heaven, they had to come through our Father's gates to even start their journey. For our land is known as the stairway of heaven, or the gates of heaven. And it tells us about these gates and this great geographical location. It says in the 20th verse, and Jacob vowed a vow, saying, if Elohim will be with me and will keep me in the way that I go. Please take note of the conditions and what he's going to do if Yahweh do these things, what he has vowed to do. It says, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on. Melchizedek didn't give him raiment to put on, but Melchizedek definitely brought Abraham food. It said bread and wine, and that's what he brought Abraham. Well, look what Abraham's grandson is saying toward the Creator. It says, if Elohim will be with me and will keep me in his way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace. And that's exactly what Abraham did. He was able to come back in peace. He was victorious. It says, then shall Yahweh be my Elohim, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Elohim's house, and of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the tenth unto thee. This is the second rendering of a tenth being found in your Holy Scriptures, and both of them denote time. But what I want you to check out, even in this early history, these places that they vow to give time, these places that they find themselves in when they were time, has only been and will always be the land of promise. We're using these scriptures to show today to our brothers and sisters how great of an error that they are in their practice and in their teaching when it comes to tithes and offerings. We are showing by way of law and testimony the light on the matter. And the light on the matter is Israel never collected nor paid tithes in captivity. Never. And that's where you find yourself today, in captivity, teaching that Israel is in error because they do not collect and pay tithes. Well, we just seen before the covenant of the law was instituted to Abram's seed, the children of Israel, dealing with time. Our fathers knew about time, and time, even in their day, even in antiquity, time was only done in the land of Canaan. Let us turn our scriptures to Leviticus, the 27th chapter, where you find the very next time or a tenth is mentioned in your Holy Scriptures. And this time and tenth was only denoted to Abraham and his seed, and we are about to see how it was instituted under the covenant of the law. And when it was instituted under the covenant of the law, it changed not. tithe was still a tenth, and the tenth still came from the increase of that land or the blessing that Yahweh laid upon that land or those people. So it tells us in Leviticus, the 27th chapter, which is the last chapter in Leviticus, and please read the whole chapter in your time, spare time. It is a chapter dedicated to the laws of dedication. It is a chapter showing estimations. It is a chapter showing how things were redeemed. And it is a chapter showing the devout things that belong to Yahweh. Well, in this chapter, the last 4 verses of the chapter, it reads in in verse 30 of the 27th chapter of Leviticus, it reads, and all the tithe of the land, and note, I'm trying to go chronological order. We ain't even got to Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter yet, and that's where you find the law of time. It tells us in the 30th verse, and all the tithes of the land, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the tree, is Yahweh. It is holy unto Yahweh. And let me insert this. The house of Israel said tithes was not just bread. Tithes was not just food. They said we had jobs in silver and in gold and other occupations. Well, that does not have anything to do with the tithes. The tithes denoted the increase from the ground. That's just like Cain and Abel, and you being Cain, and you bring money. And Abel brought that which grew of itself. And it grew of itself from the former rain and the latter rain. So Yahweh is speaking about the increase that he brings forth by rain, by the waters of heaven. And gold, silver don't come that way. Gold and silver is not grown. It don't grow like the harvest or like your animals. Nor did he tell you to give him the first fruits of your gold, or the first fruits of your silver, or the first fruits of your precious minerals. He ain't asked for that. That is not tithe. That's the greedy man tithe. The tithe was to feed. You heard what he said, that if you bring me back to my father's house and feed me and clothe me. And when we get into the law, it's going to tell you what it consists of. The increase of the field and the flocks. We wasn't giving Yahweh burnt sacrifices of gold and silver. How about that? But our brother just stated that tithe did not just denote the food. It denoted gold and silver, because we had occupations in gold and silver. I would love for somebody to show me one verse where when the tithes was collected, gold was in the midst of it. And they connect that. I might be jumping the gun on my lesson, but they teach that based on what is written in Deuteronomy 14th chapter, when if they had so much to carry and it was and they had a long journey to get there, they were allowed, the provision that is made was they were allowed to take all their goods, whatever y'all had on the wagon, whatever you had on the camel, whatever you had, period, and it was too much to carry to Jerusalem, you was allowed, the provision was made for you to take those goods and sell them for money. That way the money is way easier to carry. You can carry the money to Jerusalem, and then you was to take that money and give it to the priest. That is not what it says. It says, take that money that was used or that was allowed to be given to you, making a provision, dealing with the tithes, to take it to the land where you're going. And once you take it to the land where you're going, you take that same money and buy all the things back, or buy all the things you desire to offer unto Yahweh. And don't forget, that particular offering is for Yahweh. And the priests get the offerings of Yahweh. So it will not tell us that the children of Israel left their dwellings, went to Jerusalem, but before they left their dwellings, they took their goods and got money for their goods, came to Jerusalem, and it would have been much easier, much faster if we just give them the money. Well, you would have been in error, and that would have been denoted as sin. And if the priest was righteous and true, he would not accept the money. He would have told you the clean, the unclean, or the holy from the profane. He would have told you what you were supposed to do. And we're going to read what they were supposed to do. They supposed to took that money, went to Jerusalem, bought all that they desired, and offered that. Not no money. Well, in Leviticus, the 27th chapter, unfortunately, I'm going to have to get right back on the money, because it tells us in Leviticus, the 27th chapter, the 30th verse, and all the tithes of the land. Now, we can't change this. If we truly fear in Yahweh and we want to follow instructions, we want to be on the right path, the scripture says, and all the tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the trees, is Yahweh's. It is holy unto Yahweh. You're never going to find that about gold. You will find where Yahweh used the gold and silver to make a lot of the instruments that Israel used or the Levites used to minister unto Yahweh, but you're not going to find where he say gold is holy based on an offering to me. It says, but it does tell us here, the fruit of the tree is Yahweh's. It is holy unto Yahweh. And if a man will at all redeem, please, Israel, look up the word redeem, because our brothers have, and they are teaching that the word redeem means borrow. The word redeem means lend. And I know that I have people in the listening audience that can witness with their brother that they have been or that they know congregations that collect your money and then put a fifth, a interest on your money when you need your money. When you need your money, they are putting a fifth. That is loan sharking. Your brothers are loan sharking you with your own money. You gave it to them. They've been begging, so you gave it to them. Now you begging, and you got to go to that same man. And I heard something from them the other day was so funny because they said all the people that speak against tithes, they ain't got nothing. They ain't got nothing to give nobody. But they going to need. And they going to have to go to the church. They going to have to go to the white man. They going to well, why do they have to go to that if you collecting? I don't care what they think. If you are right and you are collecting it for the right purpose, then why would they be going to a Christian church? Why would they be going somewhere else trying to get some help if you are doing what is commanded? Why would you even allow them? Because they disagree with you in darkness? But that's what they said. They gonna need. They gonna need. They don't have nothing. Well, it continued to tell us in this chapter, in the 31st verse, and if a man will at all redeem, please look up the word redeem. And one of the listening audience, please let me know when you find that redeem means borrow, or when redeem means lend. For we just read that these tithes is holy unto Yahweh. And if a man will at all redeem aught of his tithes, he shall add thereto the fifth part thereof. So they teaching that the word redeem mean lend. They teaching that the word redeem, where my teacher said it mean borrow. Well, whatever you bought of your tithes that you were supposed to have been given to Yahweh, you would have to pay a fifth back. If you bought, I think this is right, if you bought 100, when you brought it back, you had to pay 125. And don't forget, you was in dire strait. You didn't even want to ask. You was ashamed to ask for your own money because you know how the setting is. But you was ashamed to ask for your own money, and when you do, when you get the courage to ask, and they have it in their heart to give it to you, after they do diligent search, then they got the audacity to tell you, well, when you bring your $100 back, make sure you got $25 with it. Ain't that nothing? Is that a robbery? Is that a robbery or not? The scripture says his people were greedy dogs. It says, Israel, in the 32nd verse, and concerning the tithe of the herd or of the flock, even of whatsoever pass under the rod, the tenth shall be holy unto Yahweh. The same tenth that we read about with Abram and Melchizedek, the same tenth that we read about that Israel vowed to pay. It says, and it allows us to know that this same tenth is holy unto Yahweh. The 33rd verse reads, he shall not search whether it be good or bad, neither shall he change it. And what is it that he shall not search whether it be good or bad? what is it that neither shall he change it? And what it is the thing that denote what is being redeemed. So it should help us know that this redeemed can't mean borrow like our teachers and them said, not based on the context of this chapter. For it tells us in the 33rd verse, he shall not search whether it be good or bad, whatever it is that he redeeming. Neither shall he change it. And if he change it at all, then both it and the change thereof shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed. So whatever this redeem means is allowing us to know when they broke, when the man who is willing to redeem out of his tithes, it lets you know that it was not to be borrowed. Since you teaching the word redeem mean borrowed, well, the last word says it shall not be redeemed. It shall not be borrowed. It shall not be lent. Even though that is a terrible definition, I'm just teaching it with the definition that our brothers and them is using to pull the wool over our eyes. They have used this word redeem to mean borrow. And once the listening audience look it up and you tell me that I am wrong, then I will come right back and correct this. But I have studied, and I know that the word redeem in this context does not mean borrow nor lend. Just like dwelling in the context that you find in Leviticus 23 do not mean wherever the heck you at. And it tells us in the last verse, these are the commandments which Yahweh commanded Moses for the children of Israel in Mount Sinai. Again, Israel, it is taught by way of this chapter and these verses that I just read that if you collect tithes and borrow thereof, the law is that you must pay those greedy dogs a fifth when you bring back your money. And no, money is not there. The fifth of what supposed to be on that which you redeemed is known by way of estimation. And you can find that estimation right here in this chapter. And when you read the estimation about the things that are dedicated, I guarantee you will not find one word of gold nor silver. But that is the third place that tithes is mentioned before tithes is instituted in the law, as we have it in Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter. Let us turn to Numbers, the 18th chapter. For Numbers, the 18th chapter, which is the very next book after Leviticus, is the next time that we read about or our fathers were instructed about tithes. Numbers, the 18th chapter. And it tells us in Numbers, the 18th chapter, if we take a look at the 21st to the 24th verse. Numbers, the 18th chapter, the 21st to the 24th verse. And it reads, and behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth in Israel for an inheritance. So let's get understanding. While our fathers were in the wilderness, free with their Creator, receiving the instructions that is commanded to be done in the land that they possess, their inheritance, and all of their dwellings, it allows us to know that these tithes is given to the children of Levi. All the tenth in Israel for an inheritance for their service, which they serve, even the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Well, let's stop. Because it told us why and who the tithes belong to. And it denoted that they don't have any inheritance in the inheritance of the other 11 brothers. Levi is just one of the 12 brothers. And the Almighty said this belongs to them because of the service which they serve and the service of the tabernacle. Where today, where is the Levite? The Levite. Where is the family of Aaron? Where is the service that they doing? Where can we go to see this service? And where is the tabernacle of the congregation today? And if you can't produce none of those things, then why are you collecting a tithe? Why are you giving a tenth? I have said many years, where in the scripture did Yahweh tell Israel to take care of their brother without their inheritance? Where in the scripture have Yahweh ever commanded Israel to pay tithes and to give these offerings even to him without Israel's inheritance? And you will never show us that, because Yahweh never said that. Tithes wouldn't even denote that. Tithes denotes the increase, the blessings that Yahweh is putting upon our fathers in their land. That's why the increase could only come from that land. The increase can't come from America. The increase can't come from China. The increase can't come from Egypt. The increase came from this glorious land that y'all are forgetting about. Thus, it tells us in this 22nd verse, neither must the children of Israel henceforth come nigh the tabernacle of the congregation, lest they bear sin and die. It was the Levites' jobs to do that. But the Levites shall do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, that among the children of Israel they have no inheritance. Did you get that? But the tithes of the children of Israel, which they offer as an heave offering. A heave offering is the best of the best. A heave offering is a tenth of a tenth. And how this heave offering was given was, or received by the priest, was that the Levites collected all the tithes. And out of all the tithes, they took a tenth of the best, not a tenth of the rest. The tenth of the best denotes a heave offering. And this heave offering was only given to Aaron and his family. So even though the tribe is Levi and the tithes belong to Levi, well, out of the tithes of Levi, the best, a tenth of the best, was taken out of their tithes, given to the family of Aaron, which denoted the priest. It tells us also in the 25th and the 26th verse, it reads, "And Yahweh speak into Moses, saying, Thus speak unto the Levites, and say unto them, When ye take of the children of Israel the tithes which I have given you from them for your inheritance." Please underline this, because this allows you to know the significance of the tithes. What is the tithes all about at this time? See, now we're dealing with the times that Israel is under the covenant of the law, and they are about to enter the land of promise. They are getting the instructions of what is to be done in the land of promise. And note, the land of promise is the same land where Abraham was in when he gave the tithes to Melchizedek, and it's the same land that Jacob was in when he vowed to give tithes. This is the same land. And it allows us to know Yahweh changes not. And it's allowing us to know why these tithes is going to your brother, which is Levi. Because Levi have no inheritance. He have no part with you. He has no land, dwelling that was specifically given to him, and that his father landmark was to be on forever. For Yahweh said that he is our brother Levi inheritance. And what that means is everything that you was going to give me, it goes to them. That's all it is. Thus it says again in the 26th verse, thus speak unto the Levites, and say unto them, when ye take of the children of Israel the tithes which I have given you from them for your inheritance, then ye shall offer up an heave offering of it for Yahweh, even a tenth part of the tithe. Well, the tithe is a tenth, and your brother said they were to take a tenth from the tenth and give it to the family of Aaron. And it is called a heave offering, and a heave offering comes by way of tithes from the children of Israel. The 27th verse reads, and this your heave offering shall be reckoned unto you as though it was the corn of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress. Thus ye also shall offer an heave offering unto Yahweh of all your tithes, which ye receive of the children of Israel, and ye shall give thereof Yahweh's heave offering to Aaron the priest. Out of all your gifts ye shall offer every heave offering of Yahweh, of all the best thereof, even the hollow part thereof out of it. Therefore thou shalt say unto them, when ye have heaved the best thereof, when from it, then it shall be counted unto the Levites as the increase, please take note, of the threshing floor, and as the increase of the winepress. And ye shall eat it in every place, ye and your households, for it is your reward, talking about the priest, for your service in the tabernacle of the congregation. And ye shall bear no sin by reason of it. And the way you bear sin is to do it any other way, to give it any other way. It says, and ye shall bear no sin by reason of it, when ye have heaved from it the best of it. Neither shall ye pollute the holy things of the children of Israel, lest ye die. And what you have read so far, it allows us to know that these tithes is holy. And we got people teaching Israel to do that which is holy in a profane land. When the Almighty allows us to know, based on these words, if the Levites would have presented it wrong, they could die because of the holiness that is upon it. These are Yahweh, and Yahweh have instructed Israel what to do with these tithes. And if you did it any other way, it will denote being used for some unclean use or for some unclean purpose. The next time a tenth or tithe is mentioned in our Holy Scripture is found in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. But I would like to take this journey of Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. I would like to start the journey by reading a few words out of the 8th chapter of Deuteronomy and the 9th chapter of Deuteronomy, and then the 10th chapter we shall jump on this journey. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 8th chapter, we all go there, please, because we need to know what was going on with our fathers and the Creator in the wilderness. We have many people taking Israel to the wilderness. Our concern was, have Yahweh ever commanded the Israelites to keep the covenant of the law, or to keep the Sabbath, or to keep time in captivity? And we have brothers that will take us to the wilderness and say, well, yes, he did, because they kept it in the wilderness. Well, they had to keep it in the wilderness before they even went in the land. So that's a proof. That is not a proof. That is just allowing us to know what Yahweh told our fathers in the wilderness when they was free under the covenant of the law among our Creator by a pillar cloud by day and a cloudy pillar of fire by night. And Yahweh commanded our fathers to do those things, but it allowed us to know why. Thus, we find ourselves in Deuteronomy, the 8th chapter, and it will not denote Israel doing anything in Egypt. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy 8:1, I'll read to the 3rd verse, and it reads, all the commandments which I command thee this day. What day? 9/20/21 Or is he talking about the day that our fathers found themselves in the wilderness? And based on this chapter, this would be 40 years after they came out of Egypt. So it's telling our fathers that find themselves in the wilderness, free, all the commandments which I command thee this day shall you observe to do. Why? That ye may live. That's the first thing he said. And multiply and go in. So the theme is what is going to be done in this promised land. You got to get there. This wasn't done. This wasn't no miraculous birth. This wasn't done overnight. So you had to get there. And each day you are getting the instructions that you had to obey to stay. Not just to get in, but to stay in the land of the living. So it tells us, all the commandments which I command thee this day shall you observe to do, that ye may live and multiply and go in and possess the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way which Yahweh thy Elohim led thee these 40 years. Where? In the wilderness. And why did you lead them that way and for so long? And why was it in the wilderness? It says, to humble thee and to test thee, to know what was in thy heart, whether thou would keep his commandments or no, and whether thou will keep his commandments or no. Where? And one might say, well, why is you asking where? Because the first verse told us where they were going. So the things that they are being taught in the wilderness was to be done where they are going. And where was they going? In captivity? In another man's land? Or their own dwellings? Their own dwellings, Israel. And it tells us in that third verse again, and he humbled thee and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna, which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee to know that man does not live by bread only, but by every word. You want to live? You want to tell somebody that you're alive? Well, tell them every word that proceed out of the mouth of Yahweh does man live. Not by your own thought, not by you giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, not by you calling yourself doing the best you can. That is not how man lives. That's death. Well, after the Almighty told our fathers that, and after the Almighty has allowed us to know why they was doing whatever they did in the wilderness, it allows us to know that Yahweh told them to. Yahweh was among them, and it was a test to see if they would do all that Yahweh had said when they enter into the land. And then it tells us, if we pick up in the 9th chapter, start reading at the 4th verse, it reads, after we heard the words, or the word we just read in the 8th chapter, told to our fathers, the 9th chapter says in the 4th verse, I'll pick up at the 4th verse. I have to start at the 1st verse, because we are about to start the journey. I just wanted to show why these things were done in the wilderness. The 9th chapter, the 1st verse reads, Hear, O Israel, thou art to pass over Jordan, because we're taking the route, the journey with our fathers. And the journey consists of them to pass over Jordan this day. To go in to possess nations greater and mightier than thyself, cities great and fist up to heaven, a people great and tall, the children of Anakims, whom thou knowest, and of whom thou hast heard say, who can stand before the children of Anak? Understand therefore this day that Yahweh thy Elohim is he which goes over before thee, as a consuming fire. He shall destroy them, and he shall bring them down before thy face. So shall thou drive them out. Talking about the land you're going in. And the people that you driving out was the same people that met Abraham, Melchizedek and all his seed. Those are the people. And destroy them quickly, as Yahweh have said unto thee. Speak not thy in thy heart, after that Yahweh thy Elohim have cast them out from before thee, saying, For my righteousness Yahweh have brought me in to possess this land. But for the wickedness, for you didn't go in for your righteousness, because our fathers were rebellious in the wilderness. But the Almighty wanted Israel to know, and anybody that read this book, but for the wickedness of these nations, Yahweh does drive them out from before thee. And the nations that it is speaking about is the 7 great nations of Canaan. The 5th verse reads, But for thy righteousness, or not for thy righteousness, or for the uprightness of thy heart, dost thou go to possess their land. But for the wickedness of these nations, Yahweh thy Elohim does drive them out from before thee, and that he may perform. Please take note why these people is getting driven out and you being planted in, that he may perform the word which Yahweh sware unto thy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And after all this, you want to say your dwellings is wherever you are at. The 6th verse reads, Understand therefore that Yahweh thy Elohim give thee not this good land to possess it for thy righteousness, for thou art a stiff-necked people. Well, let's not be stiff-necked today, and let's witness that the great land is not in America. The great land is not wherever you at. The great land is the land that was promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And he wanted us to know, just like he told our fathers, y'all did not receive this land because you was in the wilderness obeying me. Because you was rebellious, as Moses said, from the day that I known you. So you did not go in this great land for your righteousness. You went in because of the abominations that was being committed in that land. And the iniquities of the Amorites was full. So it was time for Israel to inherit this great land that Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the 10th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it tells us in the 10th chapter of Deuteronomy, if we pick up Let's pick up at the 6th verse. Deuteronomy 10 and 6. And it tells us in the 6th verse, and the children of Israel took their journey from Beeroth of the children of Yaakov to Mosra. There Aaron died. So we're taking the journey with our fathers. This is the 40th year of our wandering. We're going into the land, and it's allowing us to know what is taking place as we go to the land. Before we got to the land, it allows us to know that Aaron died. And there he was buried, and Eleazar his son. And please take note of this rendering, because you find this same rendering in Leviticus, the 16th chapter, dealing with the priests that made the atonement for himself and for all the children of Israel. And it allows us to know that this atonement could only be done by the priest or the son of the priest that sat in his father's stead. As it is rendered in Leviticus 16, so is it rendered here in the 6th verse, the last sentence. It reads, Eleazar his son ministered in the priest's office in his stead. Instead of Aaron, Eleazar became the priest, because we just read that Aaron had died. So when you read a priest in the priest's office in his stead, is this exactly what it means? So those that teach that they are priests today, you are lying. There is no record of genealogy, and that's what we will use to prove if you was, because you would be a priest in your father's stead, which denotes that your father was a priest, and denotes that his father was a priest. So it's easy to find out if you're a priest or not. Of course, everybody is right in their own eyes. So you can hurry up and confess that you're a priest, but you will not be able to show that you're a priest in your father's stead, nor will your father be able to prove that he's a priest in his father's stead. So until a record of genealogy is produced, you and anyone else that can't bring forth that proof is polluted from the priesthood. And those are not your brother words. Those are the words of your Creator that you can find in the book of Nehemiah, the 7th chapter. It tells us, Israel, in the 7th verse, from this they journeyed into Godgoth, and from Godgoth to Jabbok, a land of rivers of water. At that time, Yahweh separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, to stand before Yahweh to minister unto him, and to bless in his name, and to this day. Wherefore Levi, please take note, all this have to do with everything dealing with this controversy. Wherefore Levi have no part nor inheritance with his brethren. Yahweh is his inheritance, according as Yahweh thy Elohim promised him. And I stayed in the mount according to the first time, 40 days and 40 nights. And Yahweh hearkened unto me at that time also. And Yahweh would not destroy thee. And don't forget, this story is reiterating what happened in the first couple years. For what we just read is found in Exodus, the 32nd chapter. It says, hearkening to me at that time also, and Yahweh would not destroy thee. And Yahweh said unto me, arise, take thy journey before the people, that they may go in. Please take note. Please be on this same journey that our fathers is on. Be on this same journey, verse for verse. For it tells us that they may go in and possess the land which I swear unto their fathers to give them. Again, Israel, there is only one land that we as an Israelite people have ever possessed. And that land that we possess consists of all our dwellings, and it consists of our inheritance, which I swear unto their fathers to give to them. And as we are walking with our fathers on this journey, it tells us in the 12th verse, and now, Israel, what does Yahweh thy Elohim require of thee? Not you and me, not the listening audience, but the audience that found themselves in the wilderness, free under the covenant of the law among their Creator. It is asked of them. And now, Israel, what does Yahweh thy Elohim require of thee? But to fear, please take note of the very first instructions of that which Yahweh requires. It says, to fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in all, not some, not the best you can, in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul. In doing so, it reads, to keep the commandments of Yahweh and his statutes, which I command thee, not you and me, our fathers, that is about to go in the land of promise this day for thy good. So what we're reading is not for our good. If you teach what we are reading right here was for our good, you are a liar. Because these words were told to our fathers that was going in the land for their good, where they will stay there, where their life and longevity will be given them, where they will be blessed. That is not you and I today. We are ready to be saved out of hell, be forgiven, and brought back. And then once we brought back, then every one of these words is for our good, because we would do each and every one of these words when we get back, as he commanded, not giving him a benefit of the doubt, nor doing them the best we could, but we will do every word as he has commanded, and it will truly be for our righteousness and for our good. But we got to wait on that. Thus it reads, behold the heavens of heavens is Yahweh's, thy Elohim, the earth also, with all that therein is. Only Yahweh had a delight in thy fathers, to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all the people, as it is this day. Just like I stated, dealing with Psalm 24, Yahweh is the Elohim of the world, and he chose the land. And the land he chose is the glory of all lands. We can't make America or wherever we at to be the glory of all lands. We can't make wherever we at to be the land that Yahweh accept Israel to do all. But the earth is his, and he know what he have chosen to give Israel. And he have chosen to give Israel, his holy people, the holy land. And out of all the people on the face of this world that he have created, he chose our fathers. So this is a choosing of the Creator, and it is perfect. So when the Almighty said these things supposed to be done in the land you possess, that's what he means. And if you is his witness, you don't supposed to say, well, that means wherever we at. You supposed to witness for him that which he says he means. You supposed to bring up this great land. But we don't. For us to be right in our eyes, we have diminished the great land to America, to Cincinnati, to living in projects, to be living afflicted and poor, to be recipients of no judgment. But that's the land we dwell in. That's our dwellings. That's the land that Yahweh told us to do all. You got to be kidding. It continues to allow us to know what Elohim requires. It tells us in the 16th verse, circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For Yahweh your Elohim is Elohim of gods, is the master of masters, a great Elohim, a mighty and a terrible, which regard not persons nor take rewards. He does execute the judgment of the fatherless and the widow, and love the stranger, and giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Well, I remember when I was teaching on the 400 years, they was telling me of the house of Israel that we were not strangers, that everybody knew Egypt, that our father was second in charge. So what? The Almighty said, love ye therefore the stranger. For ye were strangers in the land of Egypt, and only a fool will fight this, because Yahweh has spoken. Thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim. Him shalt thou serve. Your brother, you ain't serving your brother. You're supposed to serve Yahweh. I don't care what title your brother got. You don't serve your brother. But if you accept your brother's words over Yahweh, you have truly served your brother. It reads, Israel, and him shall thou cleave, and swear by his name, the 21st verse. He is thy praise, and he is thy Elohim, that have done for thee these great and terrible things, which thy eyes have seen. Thy fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and they were still known as strangers. And now Yahweh thy Elohim have made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude. We're going straight into the 11th verse, the 11th chapter. We're going to follow this journey. It tells us, and we might have to have a part 2 on this, because I have a lot of information that I ain't even close to, but we will make it all the way through dealing with the tithes. It tells us in the 11th chapter, the very first verse, and please take note, because we're trying to find the geographical location that Israel was in and was commanded to be in to do all. And we try to find, was there another land as greater than this land, to where we would call that land our land and forsake this land. Thus it tells us in the first verse, therefore thou shalt love Yahweh thy Elohim, and keep his charge, and his statutes, and his judgments, and his commandments always. And know ye this day, talking to our fathers, for I speak not with your children, which have not known, and which have not seen the chastisement of your Elohim, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his stretched out arm, and his miracles, and his acts which he did in the midst of Egypt. And our fathers' children couldn't see these things if they were born in the wilderness. If they were born in the land of Egypt, then they would have been witnesses of these things. So it's talking about the children that is being born to them while they was in the wilderness. Don't forget, we are reading from the 40th year of our fathers being in the wilderness. Well, a lot of times when our brothers and sisters read these verses, they automatically say it's us. When you see children, you think it's you. But it's actually talking about some children that is actually being born or was born in the wilderness. Don't forget who entered into the land, the children. It tells us in the 3rd verse, in his miracles, in his acts, which he did in the midst of Egypt, and to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, and into all his land. And what he did into the army of Egypt, into their houses, into their chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea to overflow them as they pursue after you, and how Yahweh have destroyed them into this day. And what he did into you, not you, me and you, not the listening audience, but the audience in the wilderness. In the wilderness until ye came into this place. And that's the type of journey we find ourselves on now. We are trying to see what Yahweh did into them and said it into them until they came into this place. And what he did into Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, how the earth opened up her mouth and swallowed them up and their household because they were being disobedient, because they linked on their own understanding, because they wanted to be right in their own eyes. They wanted to do the things that only Yahweh said somebody else could do, and that was the priest. So the Almighty did something on the earth that has never been done before to show Israel his true displeasure in his children. And he opened up the earth and allowed the earth swallow them alive and their possessions. But many of the people or the children might didn't see that. They might wasn't born then. It continued to tell us, and all the substance that was in their possession in the midst of all Israel. But your eyes, those that was alive that day, have seen all the great acts of Yahweh which he did. And since he brought these great acts up, now it is instructing Israel about this new life, not the life that they experienced in Egypt, nor the life of rebellion that they experienced in the wilderness. But this is an introduction of a new life in a whole new geographical location, in a whole new land. Thus it reads in the 8th verse, therefore shall ye keep all the commandments which I command you this day, that ye may be strong and go in. Please take note, the land of your dwellings is the same land that you possess, and you was to possess that land forever. So your dwellings will only be one place if you were in obedience forever. Thus it reads in that last sentence, and possess the land, whether ye go to possess it. We were going to possess something. We were going to own something. We were going to put our Father's landmark among our dwellings. Thus it reads, and that ye may prolong your days in the land, not wherever you at. That's why many of us dying at 20 and 30, can't even make it to 50 years old, because the promise was not that you will prolong your days wherever you are at. The promise is that you will prolong your days in the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers to give unto them and to their seed, a land, not the world, not many lands, not every land, but a land that floweth with milk and honey. For the land, please take note, the specific geographical location, it reads, for the land, whether thy goes in to possess it, is not as the land of Egypt. So when people say, well, Egypt was your dwelling, according to the story, that is not the dwellings that Yahweh is commanding our fathers to take note of as they go in the land of Canaan. He already excluding Egypt. He's telling you out of his own mouth, don't y'all dare bring up Goshen. It reads, for the land whether thy goes in to possess it is not as the land of Egypt. So y'all can stop that Goshen mess. You can stop showing your brother the word dwelling in the book of Exodus when Israel was in the land of Goshen. Knock it off. We have went forward. We are on this journey, and we are going into the land that Yahweh has promised our fathers as we are reading. And it was not Goshen. You will not read Goshen no more going forward. So it can't be the dwelling that Yahweh is speaking about in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 3rd verse. It's impossible. It tells us, Israel, for the land whether thy goes, the 10th verse again, for the land whether thy goes in to possess it is not as the land of Egypt, from which ye came out, where thou sowest thy seed, and watered it with thy foot, as a garden of herb, being servants and afflicted. But the land whether ye go to possess it, not visit, not stay until you're saved, but possess it, is a land, is a geographical location of hills and valleys, and drinketh water of the rain of heaven. Did you get that? And that is a great significance, because it tells us wherever this land is, it is among the waters of the rain of heaven. And one might say, well, what did that mean? Let me show you. Let's hold this page. Let's take a quick look in Genesis, the 2nd chapter. Because your brother has made bold accusations that the land of promise that Yahweh swore unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and their seed is compared to the land of Eden, to the Garden of Eden. And here is a comparison. For in the 2nd chapter of Genesis, it tells us in the 10th verse of the 2nd chapter of Genesis. And it reads, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from this it was parted. So it's 4 parts to this river. It became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pison. And all you have to do, Israel, is get a decent map and look up these names and see the vicinity of these names and these rivers and find out if any of these rivers that is known as the rain of heaven is in the vicinity of Canaan. And when we read these names, one name should easily pop up in your eyes, and it will be the last river. But it tells us in the 10th verse or the 11th verse, the name of the first is Pison, that is it which compassed the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and that is in Africa. And the gold of that land is good. There is valium and the oxen stone, and the name of the second river is Gihon. I think you can find Gihon in your holy scriptures dealing with Canaan and this vicinity, Havilah, and then it says the same, Gihon is the same, is it that compasses the whole land of Ethiopia, Africa, and the name of the third river is Hiddekel. That is it which goes toward the east of Assyria, and that's where we were sent to for punishment. And then it reads, and the fourth river is Euphrates or Euphrates. So it allows us to know that these great rivers was in the vicinity of the land of Canaan. And the Almighty now, let's go back to Deuteronomy 11. Dealing with Deuteronomy 11 and what we just read, it tells us again in the 11th verse, and it is going to prove it even more as we read the chapter. It says, but the land, wherever ye go, to possess it, is a land of hills and valleys, and drink of water. Your drink of water comes from the river, the pond, and wherever you store the water. But you had to have a major source, and the major source is your river. Well, it says, in the 12th verse, a land which Yahweh thy Elohim care for. Well, the other land that is known throughout our Holy Scripture that Yahweh cared for was the Garden of Eden. It says, a land which Yahweh thy Elohim care for. The eyes of Yahweh thy Elohim are always upon it, from the beginning of the year even into the end of the year. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently, talking to our fathers, that just inherit and possess the land, it says, if ye shall hearken diligently, and to my commandments, which I command you, not your sons and daughters that find themselves in America, I'm commanding you this day to love Yahweh your Elohim and to serve him with all your heart, not the best you can, with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land. And people take this so much out of context. They will take you to the book of Malachi, the 3rd chapter, tell you that you robbing Yahweh, and then tell you that if you don't rob Yahweh and you give them your money, that Yahweh promised that he will open the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing and get rid of the devourer that was on the land. Now, when did the devourer get rid of? It must be talking to somebody else. It's not you, because you say you paying tithes. You saying that the people that don't pay tithes is robbing Yahweh. So you paying tithes and you collecting tithes. Well, why? And I have heard them say that Yahweh opened the windows of heaven, and that's taking Yahweh's name in vain, because you saying that this little mess that you think you got is Yahweh opening the windows of heaven. What do you think the world is perceiving out of that? Because if the world say, well, I want to fear him, I want to see what he got for me, and then you the witness and say, well, this is it right here. See how he blessed us? You got to be kidding. That is taking Yahweh's name in vain. You got to be kidding. When we can read about the blessings, and none of the blessings that you read about in Deuteronomy 28th chapter, the 1st verse to the 14th verse, can you ever apply to Israel today? It continued to tell us, Israel, about this great land, and I pick back up on the 14th verse, that I will give you the rain of your land in due season. And that's the only way you will ever be a recipient of an increase. If Yahweh is not giving you the rain in due season, the former and the latter rain, your fields will not increase. So the increase that Yahweh command our fathers to give come by way of his blessing upon this blessed land. So it tells us, again in the 14th verse, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn and thy wine and thy oil. And please take note what you gathering in, because those are the same things you're going to find that our fathers offered by way of time. The 15th verse read, and from this land. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle. That's why the cattle survive. That's why the cattle multiply. It says, and I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And then Yahweh wrath be kindled against you, as it was against our fathers, thus he spurred them out. And he shut up the heavens. If he shut up the heavens, I bet you will not be a recipient of the rain of heaven. It says, and he shut up the heaven, and there be no rain, and that the land yield not. Please take note. The land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which Yahweh give you. So it is only one land out of the entire world where Yahweh command Israel to do all that we are reading this day and have ever read. It tells us in the 18th verse, therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them, not something new, but ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thy house. The house he's talking about is the house that you have received when you entered into the land of Canaan, that you did not even have to build. And when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up, and thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house and upon thy gates. Please take note where your gates is and your house. It is only found in the geographical location that Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in their seed. The 21st verse says that your days, if you take heed to all that he said, where and when, it says that your days may be multiplied in the days of your children. Where? In captivity? No, in the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers to give them. As the days, please take note, as the days of heaven upon the earth. Those are the same words that we read earlier in Genesis, the 28th chapter, the 16th and the 17th verse. Those same words. But those words were spoken by Jacob. And Jacob said he did not know that Yahweh was there. He did not know that this was the gate to heaven. Well, the same terminology that we just read in this 21st verse is found in Genesis 28, 16, and 17 verse. Just to let us know and show how the Garden of Eden is truly connected or compared to the land of promise. And both of them belonged to Yahweh. Thus, it tells us, let me read that last sentence of the 21st verse again, because it is so significant as a comparison. It didn't say in heaven, it says as the days of heaven upon the earth. So the Almighty ain't promised our fathers to go to heaven, but he did promise them to be on earth. He did say the earth will be inhabited forever, and he did make us the landlords of this particular land and the earth once Yahweh punished the world and bring the world under his rule. They will come to this land. They will come to this geographical location and call Yahweh the King of Kings in this geographical location. It tells us in the 22nd verse, for if ye shall diligently keep all these commandments, which I command you to do them, to love Yahweh your Elohim, to walk in all his ways, and to cleave unto him, then will Yahweh drive out all these nations from before you, out, not in, out. And ye shall possess greater nations and mightier than yourself. Every place wherein the sole of your feet shall tread shall be yours. And look, not every place of the sole of thy feet shall tread shall be yours, wherever you at. It's talking about a particular geographical location, and Yahweh lets you know that by saying, every place wherein the sole of your feet shall tread shall be yours. From where, Yah? Wherever you at? Absolutely not, son. From the river, from the wilderness in Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even into the uttermost sea shall your coast be. How about that? And when you check that geographical location out, it denotes the land of Canaan. The land of Canaan is a great land. 7 nations was occupying it. It is a big land. It is the glory of all lands, if you believe it or not. That's what your Creator has said. Thus, it continued to tell us, there shall no man be able to stand before you. For Yahweh your Elohim shall lay the fear of you and the dread of you upon all the land that ye shall tread upon. As he has said unto you, behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. A blessing if ye obey the commandment of Yahweh your Elohim, which I command you this day. And we read about the blessings. It says, and a curse if ye will not obey the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, but turn aside out of the way, which I command you this day, and go after other gods, which ye have not known. And it shall come to pass, when Yahweh thy Elohim hath brought thee in into the land whither thou goest to possess it, no other time, that thou shalt put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim and the curse upon Mount Eber. Well, I'm not even going to play with that, with our brothers and sisters, because we know we're not under the covenant of the law, and we know we're not in the land, and we know that Yahweh never commanded Israel to do whatever he said wherever you at. Because if that is true, where do you put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim? And where and when do you put the curse upon Mount Ebal? You ain't even got to entertain that, because you will only be playing with yourself. It tells us in the 30th chapter, or the 30th verse, are they not on the other side of Jordan, the same geographical location that your brother keep telling you all is commanded to be done? Absolutely. By the way, where the sun goes down, in the land of what? In the land of the Canaanites, which dwell in the campaign over against Gilgal, beside the plains of Moreh. That is all of the geographical location of Canaan, Israel. For ye shall pass over Jordan to go in to possess the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you, and ye shall possess it. It is your dwellings, it says, and ye shall possess it and dwell therein, your dwelling. And ye shall observe to do all the statutes and judgments which I set before you this day. So we just read and took a short flight with our fathers, and we seen how they was told what to do in this land that they're going to possess, and that as long as they were obedient, that the land that they possess will be similar, or it will give you the impression of the Garden of Eden, the same garden that Yahweh watched over. And you are the chosen people to be upon this land, to execute all that Yahweh said. And if you did, the other nations would say, whoa, what a wise and understanding people as this, that have Elohim so nigh into them and all that they call upon him for. And when you read those words, you note that it says that the nations heard. So they're going to hear the fame that is being done in this great land. And it says in closing of the 11th chapter, and ye shall observe to do all the statutes and judgments which I set before you this day. Well, let's see what he said. It tells us in the very next chapter, the 14th chapter, these are the statutes. These are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe. Please take note. The instructions does not change. It's not going to change based on your condition, where it says, now I want you to do this wherever you find yourself locked up, or wherever you find yourself dwelling, wherever you find yourself at. No, it's not going to change. The very next word was, these are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land which Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers give thee, to possess it all the days, not some of the days, not until you find yourself in America. It says all the days that ye live upon the earth. So all the days that you live upon the earth, Yahweh has commanded that his statutes and his judgments to be observed in the land which Yahweh, the Elohim of thy fathers, give thee to possess it. This does never change. The only way it changes is because you have lied against the Creator. The second verse reads, ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their gods. And that is the reason why you don't find your brothers and sisters out here destroying churches and statues and monuments and poles and all these things that they use, the nations use for their signs of idolatry. And the reason why you ain't doing nothing today and have never done nothing since you've been in captivity is because it does not instruct you to. And if you did, you will find yourself in jail or dead. But it does command our fathers that is in the land of promise under the covenant of the law, ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their gods. Well, we did that in our land because we possessed that land, and they served other gods, so we went in that land, the land that we possess, and did these judgments. Not so today, because we don't possess this land. So if you went in there trying to make verse 2 apply to you today, you will be in jail or dead. It tells us, and Yahweh will not show you any favor, because he never told you to be doing these things in captivity, in the land of your enemies. The third verse reads, and ye shall overthrow their altars, I dare you, and break down their pillars, I dare you. And when I say I dare you, I'm not saying I dare you to do it. I'm just saying it is impossible. It will be crazy if you even thought about doing it. It says, and break their pillars, and burn their groves with fire, and ye shall heave down the graven images of their gods, and destroy the names of them out of that place. That place is your land, your geographical location. Ye shall not do so unto Yahweh your Elohim, because that will be the name in that land, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even into his habitation shall ye seek, and tighter shall thou come, and tighter ye shall bring your burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your tithes, and heave offerings of your hand, and your vows, and your free will offerings, and the firstlings of your herds and of your flock. All those things must be brought to Jerusalem, must be brought to the place that he placed his name. The first place was Shiloh, the last place was Jerusalem. So all these things had to be brought, even your vows, to the place that Yahweh placed his name. And that last place, Israel, among our fathers, was none other than Jerusalem. The 7th verse reads, and there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim, dealing with the firstlings and dealing with the first year tithes. It says, and there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye and your household, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. The blessings was only put on our land, and we would have stayed blessed as long as we obeyed. The 8th verse reads, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. For ye are not as yet come to the rest, and to the inheritance where everything is to be done. These other things were done because Yahweh tested you. He proved you. He was in the midst of you, and he commanded you to do them. That's why we got testimony of our fathers doing certain things in the wilderness. But all the things was to be done in the land of promise. Thus it reads, again in the 9th verse, for ye are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which Yahweh your Elohim give you. But when ye go over Jordan, for there's a time for everything under the sun. And we were reading that. We read similar words in the 11th chapter. It says, but when ye go over Jordan and dwell in your dwellings, in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell, your dwellings, Israel, in safety. Then, for there's a time for every season under the sun, then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Tighter shall ye bring all, not some, not the best you can, all that I command you. Your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the heave offerings of your hand, and all your choice vows which ye vow unto Yahweh. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your manservants, and your maidservant, and the Levite that is within your gates. Not the Levite, wherever he at. It's still talking about our gates. It's still talking about our homes. It's still talking about our dwellings. It's still talking about our inheritance. It's still talking about the inheritance that you possess. Thus it says, within your gates, and for as much as he has no part, no inheritance with you, which denote it is talking about a particular land, because this particular land Levi had no inheritance of. He had no possession. So it lets us know that it's staying on focus of one particular geographical location that Levi has no possession of, because Yahweh is his inheritance. One land, Israel. If we keep teaching that we are commanded to do these things wherever we at, our dwellings, then everything that we're reading going to be out of place. Everything. As you see this day. It continued to tell us, I think I left off at the end of the 12th verse, the 13th verse, take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest. And the second part of this presentation is tithes and offerings. And I was going to relate the offerings with the feast days that have came upon us. I was going to use the Day of Atonement. I'm still going to do it. I might have to make this a part 2, but I was going to use the Day of Atonement, and I was going to use the Feast of Tabernacles to show the offerings thereof, to show the controversy that we have with the offerings thereof and who made the offerings. That was going to be the latter part of this presentation. But as we read, we see even here that not just the tithes is mentioned, but the offerings. And these offerings were only done at one place. And these offerings that your brother was going to speak about in matter of controversy was the burnt offerings. The offerings that was commanded to be made to Yahweh by way of fire. And there's no way that you can get around that command. It tells us In the 13th verse again, take heed to thyself that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest. So don't offer it in America. Don't have it in your mind that you can make an offering into Yahweh, because that is not the place that offerings is accepted for Yahweh. But in the place which Yahweh shall choose, in one of the tribes, there thou shalt offer thy burnt offering, and there, it says it twice, thou shalt do all that I command thee. Notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh in all thy gates, and all your gates in your dwellings, in the land that you possess, in the land that you inherit, whatsoever thy soul lust after, according to the blessing of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he hath given thee, the unclean and the clean may eat thereof, as of the roebuck and as the hart. Only ye shall not eat the blood, ye shall pour it upon the earth as water. Thou mayest not eat within thy gates the tithe of thy corn, or of thy wine, or of thy oil, or the firstling of thy herd, or of thy flock, nor any of thy vows which thou vowest, nor thy freewill offerings, or heave offerings of thy hand. But thou must eat them before Yahweh, meaning in the land that he placed his name, thy Elohim, in the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose, thy and thy son, and thy daughter, and the manservant, and the maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates. And thou shalt rejoice before Yahweh thy Elohim in all that thou puttest thy hand into. Take heed to thyself, Israel, that thou forsake not the Levites as long as thou live upon the earth. When Yahweh thy Elohim shall enlarge, and it allows us to know what it means by earth. It says, when Yahweh thy Elohim shall enlarge thy borders, as he hath promised thee, and thou shalt say, I will eat flesh, because thy soul longs to eat flesh. Thou mayest eat flesh, whatsoever thy soul lusts after. If the place, please take note, still talking about your geographical location, but it's talking about the city that Yahweh placed his name in. Thus it reads, if the place which Yahweh thy Elohim have chosen to put his name there be too far from thee, then thou shalt kill of thy herd and of thy flock, which Yahweh hath given thee, as I have commanded thee, and thou shalt eat in thy gates whatsoever thy soul lusts after, even as the roebuck and the hart is eaten, so thou shalt eat them. The unclean and the clean shall eat of them alike. And it's talking about the unclean and clean person, because it wasn't a particular ritual that they had to do with this eating, nor did they have to bring it to someone. They was able to eat this among their gates. Thus it reads, only be sure that thou eat not the blood, for the blood is the life, and thou mayest eat not the life with the flesh. Thou shalt not eat it, thou shalt pour it upon the earth as water. Thou shalt not eat it, that it may go well with thee, and with thy children after thee, when thou shalt do that which is right in the sight of Yahweh. So the only time is well is when you're saying and doing that which is right in the sight of Yahweh. And what Yahweh said is always right. So long as you constantly quote what Yahweh said, then you are speaking right, and it will be right in the sight of Yahweh. If you say pay tithes on Saturday, then it is not right in the sight of Yahweh, because that is not what he said. Only thy holy things which Yahweh has, only thy holy things which thou hast, and thy vows thou shalt take and go into the place which Yahweh shall choose. And we read that from the beginning, because these things are holy and it belongs to Yahweh, and you had to bring these things to one particular place, and that place was the place that Yahweh chose to place his name. And thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings and the flesh and the blood upon the altar of Yahweh thy Elohim, and the blood of thy sacrifices shall be poured out upon the altar of Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt eat the flesh. Observe and hear all these words which I command thee, that it may go well with thee. All these words, and with thy children after thee forever. So these words won't change, and as long as you quote these words, then they're going to be right in the sight of Yahweh, because they are his words. They are the truth. When thou does that which is good and right in the sight of Yahweh thy Elohim. It also tells us in the 14th chapter, of Deuteronomy, and it tells us in the 14th chapter of Deuteronomy, it allows us to know that our fathers are still being instructed, dealing with tithes and offerings, dealing with their dwellings, dealing with all must be done as commanded in the land that you possess. It tells us in the 22nd verse of the 14th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it reads, thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed, that the field is found in your land. The field is not like a football field and you go to somebody else's field to play a game. No, the whole field is your geographical location. The whole land, the country, the kingdom. Thus it reads, that the field bring forth year by year, and thou shalt eat before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. The tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, of thy oil, and the firstlings of thy herd, and of thy flocks, that thou mayest learn to fear Yahweh thy Elohim always. And if the way be too long, and we just read something about the way being long in the 12th chapter of Deuteronomy, and we heard that what we was to do with it. Well, here it says, if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place that Yahweh placed his name in be too far from thee, which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to set his name there, when Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. Please take note. It ain't talking about you getting no raise. It ain't talking about you finally getting a job. It says, when Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee, and it's talking about the land, then shall thou turn it into money. What? The blessing, the increase of the land. You was to turn it into money because of the place being so far and how long you had to travel. Thus, it says in the 25th verse, then shall thou turn it into money and bind up the the money in thy hand, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And just give the priest the money? Or we just buy what we want to buy with the money? It says in the 26th verse, and thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusts after. And it lets you know, in case you want to be slick, in case you want to add and take away from this story, it tells us what your soul should lust after. Don't forget where you was going. Don't get sidetracked because you done turned it into money. When you get the money, it says, and thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusts after. For oxen, it's telling you what you should be lusting for, to make that offering, to give the firstlings thereof. It says, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul desire, and thou shalt eat. So whatever you desire, it should be edible. It should be something that you can eat. Thy soul desire, and thou shalt eat there before Yahweh thy Elohim, and thou shalt rejoice in your eating, thy and thy household. And don't forget where you at. At this time, you're still going to Jerusalem. You're still entering into the place that Yahweh placed his name among your brethren. The 27th verse says, and the Levite that is within thy gates. Your gates is the gates. Your dwellings is the dwellings of the land that your fathers possess. It is known as your inheritance. And that is not wherever you are at. Thus it tells our fathers in instructions, being in the wilderness the 40th year, and the Levite that is within thy gates. Thou shalt not forsake him, for he have no part, no inheritance with thee. So the only reason we are to take care of Levi is because he had no inheritance. Yahweh was his inheritance, so everything that we was commanded to give Yahweh, we gave to our brother. Well, today, we don't have nothing. We don't have our inheritance. We're not standing on the land that we dwelled. We're not standing on our father's landmark. So how in the heck are we commanded to pay tithes today? That is ridiculous. And you have put words in Yahweh's mouth. It tells us, Israel, in the 28th verse, at the end of 3 years, what that is saying, you got the first year. The beginning, it went to Jerusalem. You got the second year. The beginning, it went to Jerusalem. You got the third year, but it says at the end of the third year, thou shalt bring forth all the tithes of thy increase the same year, and shall lay it up within thy gates. The same everything. The only thing different, you don't take these to Jerusalem. These are set up in your gates, and the gates is normally known as the entry, like the walls and all that. And when they go to gate, and that is still a little farther from your house. So I need us to stay focused on these gates, your dwelling, and your house. All of these terms denote your dwellings. All of these terms denote the land that you possess. All these terms denote Israel inheritance. So it tells us again in the 28th verse, at the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithes of thy increase. Not a raise, not a little more money than you had last week. The increase denotes the blessing that Yahweh has laid upon the land. The increase is not a couple more dollars from your job. That has been taught by way of man. So now we got people that been needing a raise for 10 years, finally got a raise, and done told their brother about the raise, and he getting 10% of that. Well, you ain't even got the raise no more, because that's all the raise was. You done gave that to your brother because you refusing to confirm every word that we are reading this day. But it lets us know at the end of 3 years, Israel was to bring forth all the tithes of their increase of the same year, and they shall lay it up within their gates. And that was not some class, that was not some church. It says in the 29th verse, and the Levite, because he have no part, he being redundant, to let us understand why you even paying tithes. So today, if you understand what we are reading right now, today you should easily know that we are not paying tithes today. Nor have we ever been commanded to pay tithes in this man's land. Because when we did pay tithes, it was to help our brother. And we helped our brother because he did not have the same inheritance that we had. Well, today, we ain't got no inheritance. So what in the heck are you lying and telling the people that they taking care of Levi? When you don't even know who Levi is. He don't have an inheritance, nor the other 11 sons that you don't know who they are. They don't even have their inheritance. But you're going to teach Israel that we ought to pay tithes, not understanding what the tithes denotes. It denotes more than just taking care of the poor. It denotes that our brother do not have the same inheritance that we have. It denotes that Yahweh is his inheritance, and what we was to give to Yahweh, we are now giving our brother. That's what tithes denote, and all the other offerings that come with it, especially the heave offering, which is the best of the best, the 10th of the 10th. And whoever getting that is rich, crooked and rich. If you receive the best of your brothers and sisters' check, you rich. You rich. Receiving the best of your brothers and sisters' checks. And you know every one of us struggling. But you don't care. You're going to take it. And point the finger at those that refuse to feed you. So it tells us, Israel, in closing, in the 29th verse one more time, and the Levite, because he have no part, no inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied. Not no sandwich, not no chips. That Yahweh, thy Elohim, may bless thee in all the work of thy hand, which thou doest. And let me say this right quick. That way no one will be able to misunderstand their brother. As I stated earlier, I have never gave a presentation speaking against helping your brother and sister. That would be foolish to speak against the poor, helping the poor. But what I have spoken and said, that is not this book. This book talk about the blessed taking care of the poor. This story talk about there will be poor in the midst of thee. So Yahweh commanded the bless how they are to take care of the poor. And I don't want to hear the poor crying, just like we just read. It says that they shall eat and be satisfied. Well, in the next chapter, it talks about taking care of the poor. And it lets us know. Matter of fact, let me hit it right quick. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 15th chapter, and I want to use this because I showed twice in Leviticus 27 chapter dealing with borrow and how they said Leviticus 27, 30 and 31 is instructions on how to borrow of the tithes. Well, in Leviticus 25, let's read the 35th, well, not Leviticus 25, excuse me. I'm in Deuteronomy 15. And I want to show in Deuteronomy 15 how the poor would be among us and how Yahweh had certain days and feasts that will come upon us where we will release our brothers and that was poor among us and give them back what belonged to them and even help them in their coming out of whatever debt they might have been in. It tells us in Deuteronomy 15 if we pick up real quick, I'll just read from the 6th verse. I'll start at the 5th because it has a lot to do with our obedience. It says, only if thy carefully hearken into the voice of Yahweh thy Elohim, to observe to do all these commandments, which I command thee this day. For Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee, as he promised thee, and thou shalt lend, please take note, lend into many nations. But thou shalt not borrow. Well, they saying Leviticus 27 show how we supposed to borrow from the tithes, and it's not. It's a lie, but that's what they teach. Here it says, but thou shalt not borrow, and thou shalt reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over thee. If there be among you a poor man, so it's letting us know that we the blessed at this time. It says, if there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates and thy land, not wherever you at, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, thou shalt not harden thy heart, nor shall thy hand, nor shut thy hand from thy poor brother. But thou shalt open thy hand wide unto him, and shall surely lend him significant for his needs, and that which he wants. Beware, Israel, that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and thy eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou give him not, and he cry unto Yahweh against thee, and it be sin into thee. Not, and we ain't read one thing about tithes. We just talking about how our fathers was to take care of the poor that might be among them when they were in the land of promise, blessed. It reads, I think I left off at the 8th verse. The 9th verse reads, beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year of release is at hand, and thy eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thy give him not, and he cry unto Yahweh against thee, and it be sin into thee. Thou should surely give him thy hand, thy heart shall not be grieved when thou gives into him, because that for this thing Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless thee in all thy works, and in all that thou puttest thy hand into. For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command, I ain't ask you, and note the command don't have nothing to do with tithes. Therefore I command thee, saying, thou shalt open thy hand wide into thy brother, to thy poor, and to thy needy in the land. And if thy brother in Hebrew or an Hebrew woman be sold into thee, and serve thee 6 years, then in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free from thee. And when thou send him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock, and out of thy floor, and out of thy winepress of that wherewith Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee, thou shalt give unto him. And thou shalt remember that thou was a bondsman in the land of Egypt, and Yahweh thy Elohim redeemed thee. Therefore I command thee this thing today. So it lets us know that we had ways of taking care of the poor, and I ain't got nothing bad to say about anyone that is able to help their brother or sister in any matter of affliction or oppression or being poor. But I will never say, yeah, do so by lying on Yahweh and doing something that Yahweh have never commanded us to do. I would never say, yeah, do that, and we can do that by way of tithes. No, that's wrong. That's evil. It also tells us, if we take a quick look at the 26th chapter of Deuteronomy, the 26th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it tells us in the 26th chapter of Deuteronomy, I'm going to go a couple more minutes. I just realized what time it is. A couple more minutes, and then we'll open up for comments and questions, and I can use this other part for part 2 next week. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 26th chapter, we all turn there, please. And Deuteronomy, the 26th chapter, deals with the firstlings, the first fruits. But in its progression, in the way it has been taught, in the journey that we have taken, it also denotes the tithes. It denotes the first year tithes and the 3rd year tithes. For it tells us in the very first verse of the 26th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it's going to let us know that still these tithes was only to be given. These first fruits was only to be given from the land of promise, and they were only to be given as Yahweh instructed our fathers to give them, the first year and the 3rd year. Yahweh never said one thing about every Saturday. No, Yahweh never said one thing about every 7th day. So there alone is an add-on. And you add to the word of Yah, he promised you he will be found a liar. And you got a brother reproving you today. Because the 7th day, Saturday, is not there. And you have just diminished the 1st year, and the 3rd year for every Saturday. How about that? It tells us in the first verse, and it shall be when thou art come again. The instruction tells us where these things were to be done. Come into the land which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee for an inheritance. And I can't believe that Israel allowed the teacher to just read this stuff and don't even take note of what the first verse said. If you understood the first verse, it's going to allow you to understand every other verse. But if you don't understand the first verse and understand it was going to come a time, and if you was going to be in the land, and you was going to be in the land that you inherit, and it was going to be the land that you possess, and it was going to be the land that you dwell in. Then the second verse tell you, the third verse tell you, and you should be able to understand every verse because you understand the first verse. What is going on? Where are they at? The second verse reads, that thou shalt take of the first of all the fruit of the earth, which thou shalt bring of thy land, and it says of thy land. So your tithes could never be from any other land that Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, and shall put it in a basket, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to place his name there. And thou shalt go into the priests that shall be in those days. It sounds like we reading redundantly, because we reading and because we're seeing the same things, and these chapters and verses are saying the same thing that we read earlier. 4 hours ago. It says in the third verse, and that thou shalt go into the priests that shall be in those days, and say, and it allows us to know, if you are under the covenant of the law, you got the priests among you in that day. It is a gimme. And it's a proof that you're not under the covenant of the law, because you can't find the teacher. You can't find the priest. That is a proof that you're not under the covenant of the law. But here it allows us to know if you was. It says, again in the third verse, and thou shalt go into the priest that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day unto Yahweh thy Elohim that I am come into the country. It lets you know that you're supposed to be in a particular geographical location, the country which Yahweh swore unto our fathers for to give us. The same words we found in the 12th chapter, the 5th to the 11th verse. It says, and the priest shall take the basket out of thy hand and set it down before the altar of Yahweh thy Elohim. So it denotes the firstlings, and it denotes what we would have done in the first year. The first 2 years, we brought the tithes to Jerusalem. The third year, we were allowed to set them up in our prospective gates for the Levite, the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger that sojourned among us. The 5th verse reads, and thou shalt speak and say before Yahweh thy Elohim, a Syrian ready to perish was my father, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians evil entreated us and afflicted us and laid upon us hard bondage. And when we cried unto Yahweh, the Elohim of our fathers, Yahweh heard our voice, looked upon our affliction and our labor and our oppression. And Yahweh brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with great terribleness and with signs and with great wonders. And he had brought us, please take note, we took the route with him. He had brought us into this place and have given us this land, even a land that floweth with milk and honey. And now, behold, I brought the first fruits of the land, which thy Yahweh has given me, and thy shall set it before Yahweh thy Elohim. And when you set it before Yahweh thy Elohim, you must be in the land called Jerusalem, and worship before Yahweh thy Elohim. And thou shalt rejoice in every good thing which Yahweh thy Elohim hath given into thee, and into thy house, thy and the Levite, and the stranger that is among you. When thou hast made an end, please take note, of tithe, all the tithes of thy increase, the 3rd year, which is the year of time. And that's what the Israelites are saying. They saying, yeah, you're right, brother Israel. We ain't talking about the 1st year. We talking about the 3rd year. The 3rd year is the year of time. I don't care what year you're talking about. Both of them is supposed to be done in the geographical location that was promised our fathers. It was supposed to come by way of the increase that Yahweh blessed that land with. So I don't care if you're talking about the 1st year or the 3rd. Both of them are out of place if you are trying to teach Israel that Yahweh commanded them to do them in captivity, to pay it in captivity. You are absolutely incorrect. Thus, it tells us, the 12th verse again, when thou shalt have made an end of time, all the tithes of thy increase, the 3rd year, which is the year of time, not every Saturday, not every 7th day, not when you can get it. It is every year. The 3rd year, the end of the 3rd year is the year of time, and thou hast given it unto the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be full. Then thou shalt say unto the Yahweh thy Elohim, being honest, I have brought away the hollow things out of my house, and also have given them unto the Levite, and unto the stranger, to the fatherless, to the widow, according to all thy commandments, which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed. If you do it any other way, it is a transgression. Thy commandments, neither have I forgotten them, and many of you have forgotten them. It says, I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, and many times people have taken those tithes and buried people. Neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use. Well, I hear them using unclean excuses all the time. Who gonna pay the light bill? I just heard that. I just heard them say that. Who gonna pay the light bill? Well, if it's your doing, you pay for it. If you got the money to rent a building and to teach your people, well, teach them. Pay for it. You don't have to lie to the people to get their little income and pay for it and then keep the rest. See? That's wickedness. The Almighty never commanded us to collect money from our brothers to teach His word. He ain't never commanded us that. And if you want a pat on the back to take care of the poor, then do it. Ain't nothing wrong with going in your pocket, helping your brother or sister. Ain't nothing wrong with you having family members or friends and they on bad time, they need some place to stay, or they need some clothes, or they need to eat. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Do that. That's love. That's righteousness. But it's not dealing with the tithes. And you are evil to apply what you're doing with the tithes. But you got to trick the people to get their money. The Almighty call you a greedy dog. Not your brother. The Almighty did. Thus it tells us In the 14th verse, I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use, nor given aught thereof for the dead. And I done seen that happen. I done seen them bury people with that money. And sometimes they got so stingy that they didn't even bury the people with the money. The same people that was helping them to solicit the tithes, when they die, they got to get some money somewhere else to bury these people. The same people that was helping you solicit tithes. It says, for the dead, but I have hearkened to the voice of Yahweh, my Elohim. And that's all I'm asking you to do today. Just hearken to these words and do it and understand it as it is written. And if you understand this as it is written, you will never go back in your pocket, nor will you help anyone else to go in their pocket. It says, and have done according to all that thou hast commanded me. Look down from thy holy habitation from heaven and bless thy people Israel and the land, not wherever they at, but the land you gave them, which thou hast given us, as thou swearest unto our fathers, a land that floweth with milk and honey. And I'll go ahead and read down to the 19th verse. And it reads, this day Yahweh thy Elohim hath commanded thee to do these statutes and judgments, which thou should therefore keep and do them with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Thou hast avouched Yahweh this day to be thy Elohim, and to walk in his ways, and to keep his statutes and his commandments and his judgments, and to hearken unto his. All you done read in that verse is his, and his voice. And Yahweh have avouched thee this day to be his people, to be his particular people, as he hath promised thee, and that thou should keep all his commandments, and to make thee high above all nations, which he hath made in praise and in name and in honor, and that thou mayest be an holy people unto Yahweh thy Elohim, as he has spoken. And these words again, Israel, were spoken to our fathers that found themselves free from the iron furnace of Egypt, in the midst of their Creator, being instructed what to do as they go to the land of promise, as they go to their inheritance, as Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I also wanted to show one quick testimony. Let us turn our scriptures to 2 Chronicles 31 to show a testimony of our fathers doing these things. No other place other than the place that Yahweh commanded, which was the place that he placed his name, and your dwellings that he hath given you that you possess. So we're going to show a testimony where it was only done in our land. We're showing that these things that we read was done in our land. And it tells us that if we take a quick look at 2 Chronicles, the 31st chapter. And the reason why I'm taking you here to show you this, because when your brothers and sisters tell you that no, Samuel is wrong, and we supposed to pay tithes, and we supposed to pay tithe wherever we at, the first thing I want you to do, to be fair, because I'm giving you testimony. I'm showing you law and testimony. So to be fair, make sure you get your brother or sister to show you the testimony. If they disagree, well, tell them, well, just show me the testimony. Even your teacher said by the law and the testimony. If they can't present these things, they don't have no light on the matter. Well, let's see, do they got light on the matter? When they tell you that you're supposed to pay tithes, tell them to show you the testimony where our fathers ever paid tithes in captivity. Please, just one place, and we will agree. we agree, we're going to teach it. Because all we're trying to do is teach the truth. So if you can show us one verse, that easily squashed the controversy. Show us one verse where Yahweh ever allowed Israel to pay the holy tithes from another man's land while Israel was in captivity. Please. And I got to keep saying that because we are in captivity today. It tells us by way of testimony, 2 Chronicles 31. I'll just read a couple verses, and I'll start at the 4th verse and read to the 6th verse, and it tells us, which you can read further, but I'll just use that due to time restraint. It says in the 4th verse to the 6th verse, moreover, he commanded the people that dwelt in Jerusalem, this is King Hezekiah, to give the portion of the priests and the Levites, that they might be encouraged in the law of Yahweh. And as soon as the commandment came abroad, the children of Israel brought in abundance the first fruits of corn, wine, and oil, and honey, and all the what? The increase of the field. That's where it's supposed to come from. And the tithes of all things brought they in abundance. And concerning the children of Israel and Yehudah that dwelt in the cities of Yehudah, they also brought in the tithes of oxen and sheep and the tithes of holy things which were consecrated unto Yahweh their Elohim, and laid them by heaps. A testimony. It also tells us if we take a quick look in the book of Malachi, the 3rd chapter. Malachi, the 3rd chapter. Because they like to use this. They like to use this in error and point the finger at their brother and sister that's telling them that they are being robbed. They say, no, you robbing Yahweh. We doing what he said. We doing what he desired. Y'all causing strife. And y'all doing the things that he don't desire. Well, let's turn our scriptures. And I'll use this as the last scripture we'll talk on today. Malachi 3, verse 6. It tells us in Malachi 3, verse 6, for I am Yahweh, I change not. So all that we done read yesterday, all that we done read today, it can't be changed. So these verses that we about to read in Malachi 6 or Malachi 3, 6 to 9 must mean and say the same thing of all that we have taught today. Because we just read from the King himself, and he says, I change not. So whatever we just read, all those instructions we just got, it must be found or included in this chapter. Let's see. Even from the day of your fathers, ye are gone away from our ordinances. That's why they found themselves in Babylon, because they went against his ordinances, even dealing with tithes, even dealing with the Sabbaths. It reads, and have not kept them. Return unto me, and I will return unto you, said Yahweh of hosts. But ye said, wherein shall we return? The 8th verse reads, Will a man rob Elohim? The answer is yes, and they are doing it every day by way of deceit. Yet ye have robbed me. But they said, the true robbers, wherein have we robbed thee? The answer is in tithes and offerings. Ye are cursed with a curse, for ye have robbed me. It's talking about our people that find themselves back in the land about 150 years after they came out of the Babylonian captivity. And they are being accused of robbing Yahweh since they have been back. Even this whole nation. The 10th verse reads, bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse. Where is the storehouse? Where is the heaps? Where is the gates? In your dwellings that denote the inheritance that Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It says, again in the 10th verse, bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house, and prove me now herewith, said Yahweh of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven. And we got brothers and sisters so arrogant and with so much lack of faith in Yahweh to where they will tell you that since they have robbed Israel, Yahweh have opened up the windows of heaven to them. And pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. And I don't know what class or what human being have enough stupidity to say that what you have denotes Yahweh opening up the window. That's just like they talk about the Sabbath. And we tell them what is written in Isaiah 58, or Isaiah 58, talking about for those that keeping the Sabbath should ride upon the heritage of Jacob. And you got people teaching that they keeping the Sabbath and a recipient of the blessings of the heritage of Jacob. And that is terrible, because you got to be there to be a recipient of the heritage. You got to be there to be a recipient of the blessing that is given based on your inheritance. Thus it says, and he shall not, it says, and I will rebuke the destroyer, the devourer for your sake. And the devourer of this day was the locust, Israel. It says, and he shall not destroy the fruit of your ground, neither shall your vine cast her fruit before the time in the field, said Yahweh of hosts. And all nations shall call you blessed. So it ain't you being in the midst of the nations, it's distinguishing you from all the other nations. Thus it reads, and all nations shall call you blessed, for ye shall be a delightsome land. Note, this same particular land, not the world, say Yahweh of hosts. And that's where I would like to stop at the 12th verse, because I wanted to show dealing with these tithes and dealing with what was befalling these people according to time and place. These people had started robbing Yahweh. And as I stated, this was 150 years after the children of Israel came out of Babylon, with Zechariah, Haggai, Joshua, Zerubbabel. Well, after they got back and built the temple, our fathers forsook Yahweh again. And Yahweh accused them of robbing him by way of tithes and offerings. And where was this robbery at? In the land of your enemies? No, it was in the land that you had inherited. It was done in all of your dwellings. Let me end on this note. I know I said I was going to end on that note. Let's end on the lending part and the redeeming. Let's go to Leviticus, the 25th chapter, in closing. We're going to go ahead and end the presentation on this note. It is 9:30. It tells us in Leviticus, the 25th chapter, we all turn there, please. And as we are turning to Leviticus, the 25th chapter, please take note what has been taught in Leviticus, the 27th chapter, where our brothers are teaching that you can borrow from the holy tithes of Yahweh in the land of your captivity. And your brother is refuting them. Your brother is reproving them by showing you what is written in Leviticus, the 25th chapter. And what we find in Leviticus, the 25th chapter, the 35th verse to the 38th verse, will allow us to know that our brothers have truly taken Yahweh's name in vain. They have lied on Yahweh, and they have altered and diminished and added to the statutes thereof. For it tells us in Leviticus, the 25th chapter, the 35th verse, and it reads in this wise: and if thy brother be waxing poor, and note, we read about the Sabbathal year in Deuteronomy, the 15th chapter. And it talked about our poor brother being waxing poor among us. Well, believe it or not, Leviticus 25 is speaking about the same matter at the same time, talking about the year of Jubilee, the Sabbathal year, and all that. So we find these same words called Yahweh changes not. That's why we can go to different books and show the exact same thing, because he don't change. Our brothers and sisters have changed. These words don't change. You can point at King James. You can point at whoever you want. These words don't change. You have changed. Your teachings have changed. You have added and taken away, but these words don't change. Thus, I can show you the exact same thing over and over again, as I am in the 35th verse. And if thy brother be waxing poor and fall in decay with thee, then thou shalt relieve him. Yea, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with thee. Take thy not usury of him, or increase. What did that say? And are they not taking an increase when they tell you that you got to add a fifth on anything that you have already gave them, which denote tithes? That's a long short. Where the Almighty said, I don't have no long shorts among my people. It says, and if thy brother be waxing poor and fall in decay with thee. Then thou shalt relieve him, yea, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with thee. Take thy no usury of him or increase, but fear Yahweh thy Elohim. Now tell me, which man that made you pay a fifth feared Yahweh? All the times y'all had to pay a fifth back, which one of those men actually feared Yahweh? Because according to this, none of them. This is the reason why you won't take the increase, because you fear him. But if I don't, make sure you got an extra $25 with that 100, brother. It says, take thy no usury of him or increase, but fear thy Elohim, that thy brother may live with thee. Is that all I want to read? One more verse, two more verses. Thou shalt not give him thy money upon usury, nor lend him thy victuals for increase. Period. I am Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, to give you the land of Canaan and to be your Elohim. I will end on this note by saying hallelujah, hallelujah, and open up the listening audience for comments or questions. Is there any comments or questions? And please comments to 2 minutes per person and allow us to know who we are talking to. Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom, shalom, shalom. This is Brother Gershom, rather. How are you, brother, and listening family?
Yes,
I just want to comment and say wonderful, as usual. Wonderful hard work has definitely been presented here. And I just would like to recite Deuteronomy 12, where I think you might have I came a little late, but you may have gone over it. But Deuteronomy 12, verses 13 and 14, where it says, take heed to thyself that thou offer not thy whole burnt offerings in any place which thou shalt see, save in the place which Yahweh shall choose. In one of thy tribes there shall ye offer your whole burnt offerings, and there shalt thou do all things whatsoever I charge thee this day. Hallelujah. So I just wanted to share that in what you were commenting on, and the central theme of everything that you expressed to the brothers and sisters out there. So just sharing, adding, piggybacking off of your message. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And out of those verses that you just read, what verse did note that Israel should be paying tithes in captivity?
Well, it said, and all the things that I've charged thee, and he is specifically talking about in the land. That's it. So any tithes and sacrifices and offerings, because if you go back to verse 1, as a matter of fact, in verse 32 of my book, it says, and ye shall take heed to do all his ordinances and these judgments, as many as I set before you today. And these are the ordinances, this is verse 1, and these are the ordinances and the judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land, which Yahweh of your fathers gives for your inheritance all the days which ye live upon the land.
So you don't see what I was asking. So I was just asking, out of the two verses, did you find anything in there dealing with Israel paying tithes or making an offering in captivity?
Absolutely not.
That's all we needed. We just witnessing what we have learned today and trying to show that when our brothers teach that we are to pay tithes in captivity, they are terribly mistaken, to say the least.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Sad to say, but absolutely. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Thank you, God.
More than welcome. Is there any other comments or questions? Is there any other comments or questions? I know a lot of us have concerns about time, and as I stated, we got a lot of people pointing the finger at us. They saying we wicked because we ain't the one paying tithes, or we saying that they are wrong for collecting tithes. So the Almighty tells us that He's going to justify the right. Well, the only way that we can even present our righteousness is to present what is written. This presentation is a matter of controversy. So we don't even have the man or the men nor the office to even deal with this this controversy, because we are in captivity, because the covenant of the law is broken, because we ain't under these words. Because if we were under these words, we wouldn't be on the phone having a controversy. We would be at that place where Yahweh placed His name, and we would know if we were right or wrong. It wouldn't be no guess. We wouldn't have to study to find out if we wrong or right. We will be able to go to the place that Yahweh said will be there for you the days you under the covenant of the law with a controversy. And that place is not found nowhere today.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom. This is Deborah in Virginia. Shalom, everyone.
Shalom, sister.
Great class. Thoroughly enjoyed
Shalom.
it. You have this day witnessed the truth about the tithes. Our people, we're still holding on to Christianity, and also a lot of the men try to say that, they say we're God, and all that. So they want to be like that. So they want to go ahead and proclaim things as if they are the Most High, and they're not. So they want to, stand with this dead, which is none can compare to. But you have given them the truth this day, as you have before. And all praises to the Most High for that. You brought out a lot of good points. I mean, we're in this land of captivity, struggling as it is, and I agree with what you said. In the other captivities, we were not paying tithes. Who were they paying it to? They can't do that. So those were a lot of good points you brought out. So thank you, brother, and shalom. All praises to the Most High.
Shalom, sister, and thank you for your wise comment. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't see it like you. I mean, you just display what you have seen clearly in this lesson. And we will go to these other classes and see how they hold in their classes and see the questions being opposed to them dealing with tithes. And those brothers just give them the smoothest answers, and it's over with. They back in their purse. They back in their pocket. And it don't tell you to go in your purse. The tithe ain't even got nothing to do with your purse, nor your pocket.
Exactly. The people are still seeking a blessing. They're still seeking a blessing because they don't want to accept the Most High's punishment. They don't want to accept the punishment and wait upon the Most High. So they going through every motion they can to try to seek some kind of blessing in this place of captivity. And that's out of order.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's out of order. It's not in order, nor the journey that we just took with our fathers. The journey we just took with our fathers today in the book of Deuteronomy dismiss everything that they teach about tithes.
Mm-hmm.
because we're not asking for a little bit of what you know about tithes. We asking all that you know about tithes to make sure there is no controversy among Israel about tithes. And the only place that we can find that information is not in our brother's heart, nor in their mind. It is on these pages. And we just searched these pages, and we didn't find not one word of all the words that they are teaching. Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, I'll go ahead and let the listening audience go and read Psalms 144 for us all. Let us all turn to Psalms 144. And it tells us in Psalms 144, if we all turn there, please. And it tells us in Psalms 144, and it reads, "Blessed be Yahweh, our strength, which teach our hands to war and our fingers to fight, our goodness and our fortress, our high tower and our deliverer, our shield, and he in whom we trust, who subdue our people under us. Yahweh, what is man that thou take knowledge of him? Or the son of man that thou make account of him? Man is like to vanity. His days are as a shadow that pass away. Bow thy heavens, O Yahweh, and come down. Touch the mountains, and they shall smoke. Cast forth lightning, and scatter them. Shoot out thy arrows, and destroy them. Send thy hand from above. Rid me, and deliver me out of great waters, from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speak vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood. We will sing a new song unto thee, Elohim, upon a psaltery and in instruments of 10 strings will we sing praise unto thee. It is he that gives salvation unto kings, who delivered David, his servant, from the hurtful sword. Rid me and deliver us from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speak vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood, that our sons may be as plants grown up in their youth, that our daughters may be as cornerstones, polished after the similitude of a palace, that our garners may be full, affording all manner of store, that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our streets, that our oxen may be strong to labor, that there be no breaking in nor going out, that there be no complaining in our streets. Happy is that people that is in such a case. Yea, happy is that people whose Elohim is Yahweh. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah.
Shalom, family. Hallelujah.
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 Hallelujah.